Good morning, everybody, and how are you doing today? Welcome back to day 2 of the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. Boy, we got a fun one to kick off the day here. Fabiano Anderson Lursen from Brazil taking on Phil Snake from Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. It's a best-of-3 round-robin match. The coin toss has happened, and Phil Snake will be breaking off to get us started. We got the chat going. Do find us out on YouTube at the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. Definitely a good spot to find is on the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association. Just click on the live tab and you should be able to find us. Some nice viewership. Hopefully if you have any comments or questions, feel free to fire them our way. We're glad that we have some friends from Brazil tuning in. And I'm pretty sure we've got some other friends worldwide. So it's David Burney in the booth. Glad to be here for another day. So maybe a slight advantage to Fabiano here, as Phil finished his match a little late last night. For those of you tuned into the wee hours, he was in a tough match with Andre Waugh. They were in a decider that he had to re-rack. So I'm pretty sure Phil went right to bed as he left the room. Did live quite quickly. Knew that he had to turn around, and he was up against a tough competitor, last year's runner-up in the Open Championship of this PABSA event. So a little nervous to start things off. That's usually the case with these early morning matches. Players just sometimes have a bit trouble finding their footing. One thing is the tables usually play a little bit quicker as well in the morning as they've been freshly cleaned. Every day we've got a great staff here. Danielle, the previous owner of this room, he likes to take great care of the tables. And bom dia to my Portuguese amigos. And good morning to everyone else. And boy, good morning in French is eluding me as we are at the La Bande de Coin in Saint Lambert, Quebec. Wonderful facilities. And Phil is in a little bit of trouble here. Definitely Phil is aware of the ability of Fabiano, so knows that obviously he's got to get out of the snooker and he's got to be at least a little safe. Just found the gap. Players are keeping score themselves. Obviously, when the striker's at the table, the opponent that's sitting also has to be marking the score on the tablet. It's a bit of a learning curve for the tablet. As you can see, it's not a break of 4. It's Phil that's just fouled and they've got himself a 4-point Foul for that miss on Phil's last shot, but coming good there. Pierre, bom dia, good morning. Thanks for tuning in. Ricardo, bom dia. My Portuguese is coming along. Thanks to Duolingo, and thanks for going down to Brazil last year for this great tournament. Boy, did we have a lot of fun in Rio de Janeiro. I don't think that was the ready one to hit. He'll just raises his hand. Oh, so that was a bit of a fluke. Very fortunate that it didn't go in off, because that's a bit of trouble there for Phil. Can't put the palm of his bridge hand on the table. Let's negotiate the cushion. Piece of power, putting the support in there for Fabiano. Great to hear. We're pretty close to the same time down in Brazil. Oh, sorry. Just about 9:45 here in Quebec in the morning. First round of matches of day 2. A little scrappy to start things up. I'm going to have to call upon our great staff here and get these guys a cup of coffee. Just get them waking up. A lot of respect for all the players here. They know the prestige of this great tournament. So you're not going to see many players taking careless chances. If you want to find any other scoring, feel free to check out cloudsnooker.com. Cloudsnooker.com has live scoring and all up-to-date results. Check out where everyone stands after day 1, as we're just getting started at day 2 here. What a shot there by, I think that table it just rolled just a little. Phil's got a big smile there. You know, the snooker gods are looking out for him. So in this tournament, there's 4 attempts when the player is in a foul and miss situation. 4 attempts, 3 putbacks. And as well, when we get onto the colors, if more than 3 snookers are required to win the frame, then it's an automatic concession. Well, Fabiano able to hit a red, but he's left a red into the right middle. See if Phil can be the first one in and take advantage, put up a substantial break to start things off. They're going to start to get a little difficult as he is on the right side of the blue to come down. But with pink and black off its spot, he definitely would really like to get one of those high-valued colors back on the spot sooner than later. Doesn't want to keep coming back up for the blue. He's got to get that blue to go down, so. He's got an aim for this black. Oh, Phil. Just a little early morning nerves. Bet you in a couple hours' time, Phil's easily knocking that in. These best of three, they're always a little tough too, because I always say it's never in the match until you get your first frame on the board. And with a couple, the best of three, really important to get that first frame on the board. It definitely will put your opponent on the back burner, because you'll just need one more frame for victory. Great to hear, Pizza Pava. Cheering for Fabiano. He's definitely a strong player. There's something going down in the water in Brazil, that's for sure. Igor Figueiredo last year won this seniors championship and duly marched on to win the World Seniors Championship in Sheffield, England. That's what these players are playing for, a chance to get over there. Well, makes it a little easier now for a 3-ball plant to go red, black, red. But it might be a few more reds that he hits. Yeah, just with that black and red both sitting over the top right corner, you knew the red was easily going to fall. And with that pace, it just really brought the black out into play. So, advantage Fabiano in this first frame of the day. Unfortunately, to see some Brazilian fans tune in, we don't even have Noel, unfortunately, is not up for these tournaments. But when we get into the open side, we'll see the great Victor Sarkis and Toro Santos. So lots of great players down there in Brazil. Great to see. Great community as well. Really enjoyed meeting all of you last year for the first time. Not sure if my good friend John Talish is turning in. John did a great job refereeing. A really great atmosphere. We're all treated like kings down there. But unfortunately, Fabiano misses that red. That's end of break. Maybe some time I could talk to friends from Brazil. There must be just some kind of drive down there. How can we forget Pele, probably the world's greatest soccer player, football player ever, hailed from Brazil. The late great Ayrton Senna, Formula One racer, arguably one of the best drivers ever to be on Formula One, Brazilian born as well. So they must have a drive. Once they sink their teeth into a sport, they want to excel at the highest level. Obviously Canada has a rich history in the game of snooker. Home of the 1980 world champion Cliff Thorburn. So they're not going to go quietly. And we have a few, obviously, Americans in the field. And we're seeing great growth there in the US of A. Snooker, which has kind of been in the back burner, not really exposed that much, but a lot of great people in the US bringing snooker to the forefront. I have to say, definitely Mike Dominguez out. Okay, a little timeout here from Danielle. They're just going to turn off the lights. I think they might, they're saying they was on a timer. So now at least they can just turn off the lights and put them more to manual. So don't adjust your sets. It's going to get a little dark in here, but definitely will be back before you know it. Obviously with an active pool room, most of the time I do have it set to timers. Is when you come into the room, you'll ask for how long you want to play, and they'll just select a timer for your certain table, and then obviously when the lights go off, your time is done. So better to announce it here rather than in a mid-shot or a very important part of a frame. It doesn't go out. So it's a first. Haven't seen that one, but there's many firsts to this game of snooker. Always ceases to amaze me. Many new things can happen. I think with that little break in the action, Fabiano excused himself for a comfort break. It's the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championships, Day 2, here at La Bande de Coin in Saint Lambert, Quebec, in Canada. It's David Burney in the booth. Great match to start Day 2. Fabiano from Brazil taking on Phil Snake. You can find us at the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association YouTube page. Hope you like what you see. Like, subscribe. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to tune in or let us know in the chat. Seeing some great support here from our friends down in Brazil. My apologies, my Portuguese is not as great as it wants to be. But Pizza Pava, as I was explaining, they just had to turn off the lights because these lights are on timers. And now they've switched it over to manual, so they can just flick on the lights when they need them, and they won't go off at a wrong time. So, very minor delay. Now it's game on. Still the first frame here. Fabiano with a little lead. Like that with an element of safe. This looks like a golden opportunity for Fabiano. Just gotta take it step by step here. This is still just the round robin stages, so obviously at the end of the day today, we'll finish the group, and that will push us into the final 32 in the knockout phase that will start tomorrow. At the end of tomorrow, we'll find out who the final 4 are. Come Championship Tuesday, we'll be down to those 4 semifinalists, getting closer to see who will punch their card to Sheffield's. Lots of exciting snooker here, and then we have got the Open Championship following that. So it's Sunday today, but hopefully maybe you called into work and told the boss you're getting a little cold or something like that. You probably shouldn't come in and take the week off. You should join us here for some great snooker action all week long. Just ran just a bit too much. I think he might have been playing for that red by the blue. And that brings that break to an end. Just taking a look at that red that's by the blue to see if it passes. Played that shot with an element of save. Rather shot to nothing. Two-way shot. So didn't try to force the issue. With a 21-point lead, Fabiano will be happy to see reds fall off the table. Phil Snake had a bit of trouble here. Definitely he's seen firsthand the potting ability of Fabiano. So getting out of the snooker is one thing, but getting everything's safe and unpotable is another mission. Oh, I found the gob, that's all. Wonderful trick shot there by Phil, going all around the table and knocking the green into its own pocket, but unfortunately, he's got to hit a red first. Oh, how about that? We saw a lot of them yesterday, a lot of flukes. They are allowed in this game for all your newcomers. Obviously, a lot of pool and 8-ball games, 9-ball. It's called shots. But eventually the flukes do even out. It can be a little frustrating when you feel like your opponent is getting all the flukes in the world. Fabiano not liking that shot. Left her right on to the right middle. Great cue power to draw that back from that distance.
Oui, on voit grand. Peut-être zoomer un petit peu là, parce que là, je sais pas pourquoi il a perdu. Et toi, tu penses
Just didn't feel confident in that open red. Decided to take that red on the cushion, open it up, but run and hide. Looks like he's got the snooker on both reds. It's just a complete miss hit there. Bad contact. Fabiano just put his hands up into the gods and wondering why.
Oui, ok, c'est bon.
Great streaming producer, Louis Durant.
Ouais, je suis en train de le faire là.
He's just trying to do a little adjusting on our exposure. Sometimes it pulsates a little bit. The auto exposure, sometimes players just lean down and got a great camera, but when it's sent to auto, it kind of looks for the right spot to give the correct exposure. So he's just tweaking that up to give you the great pictures.
That's fixed.
Almost left the pot on here for Fabiano. He's got a red into the left middle. Tried to get the snooker behind the pink. Unfortunately, wasn't successful. I don't think Phil can really punish him, but you kind of give the advantage back to your opponent. If you miss a trick, you give them command of the table.
Ok, j'ai réglé. Non, mais j'ai réglé auto exposure.
Very nicely done. Played that with a lot of safe. Always love those cross doubles, and he's got a good angle on the blue. Come back down for the red. Now we kind of sound like a broken record, but so many of these matches come down to the colors, and just a little too much coffee in the cup for Phil this morning. Is just was a little powerful on the shot. Would have liked it if it pulled up just a little bit more. Marcelo, bon dia as well. Good morning. Thanks for all of you tuning in. Hope you're enjoying this great match here, but ooh, it's a little faulty there for Phil. So yeah, I'm not pushing the envelope. He's got the red. Put Phil in a snooker. Let's Phil's put the coin down just in case it's to be replaced.
1-0-4-3 0-6-1.
Got to be mindful of a free ball here. That could be one.
Hotel, Mike, Victor. Oui. HLV.
Looks like it's going to be put back.
Enter Mike, oui.
Second attempt for the Snake Man.
Sierra, oui. Non, S comme Sierra. A comme Alpha.
This is going to be coming back as well.
Z comme Zulu.
Even if Phil hits it, it's he's going to do a good job of putting it safe, but I think Fabiano would rather see him hit it, which he has. And there just might be a gap there. Really playing mind games with Phil now, just really tying him up.
5-1-4.
Just don't know if there's a gap there for Phil to get through. He's there and he's able to make the yellow. He missed one like that last night, just when he was on a roll against Andre Waugh. Really would have liked to put that one in. So just trailing by 14 points, but 22 on the table. So nice brown there by Fabiano. Nicely on the blue. This should be first frame towards the Brazilian. It's gonna make a good morning for our friends down in Brazil tuning in. Don't think Phil's going to come back to the table. He's taking a look at the scoreboard. Well, he is going to jump back. .23, so he needs a couple of snookers. Phil might be as well just kind of having a few more shots, just warm up that arm a bit. It's the first match of the day. Phil's got one snooker. Only 17 in it, so in this case when snookers are required, ball cannot be going back. It's just a foul, not a foul and a miss. Wow, that was a little dangerous there. That cue ball almost went into the right middle pocket. Just kind of shot out. It's a chance for Fabiano to seal this frame. He's just going to want to try and slowly roll it over the pocket.
Ben, il était déjà dessus, parce que je l'avais utilisé la dernière fois. Mais on peut... Non, ça ne dérange pas, c'est juste en même temps que la personne qui va l'utiliser, c'est à l'aise.
And there's the pink to seal the deal, so Fabiano takes this first frame by a scoring line of 57-34. We'll step aside for a few short moments and be back with frame 2 of this 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. And welcome back, everybody. And just like that, frame 2 begins with Fabiano breaking off. And he's put him in a little tough position there. A little annoyance with this brown here for the snake man. Alright, alright.
This one here?
It said test.
So,
No, so it should be, if you look for, if you Google this, 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championships, that's the exact title of the YouTube stream.
Alright.
Or just search for my name. If you look for my name.
Fabiano, I think, just going to try and roll up tightly. But unfortunately, a bit costly. Hit the pink there. So, Fabiano should be waiting just a little bit. Just want to make sure that his opponent sees what's going on. Much better shot there, but he might have a touching ball. So he might be able to shoot away.
He didn't change the...
CloudSnooker.com has all the updates there. Great little long pot there by Fabiano. But if you check out CloudSnooker.com, you've got looks like 9 matches or 8 matches in play this morning. So check out there for the live scoring, and all the results are up there as well.
No, we checked all over last night. 14. Sorry.
Starting to be an important match for Phil as he lost to Andre Wall last night. Obviously, if he puts it to a decider, he's going to have at least another frame 1, so that could help him out. But if he's whitewashed here by Fabiano, Phil might be out of the tournament. But top 3 from each group. Phil's a strong player. I haven't seen the standings. It was a long day yesterday. Couldn't get a quick turnaround, so for a few audience might know a little bit better than I am, as they have the access to go up there on cloudsnooker.com to check the standings. This is not what you want to have happen. You do not want Fabiano to start building up some speed. To run a little bit more. That's that one red that's outside of the pack. Not going to the right or the yellow pocket, but being hampered by the black. The safety is in store, and look at that weight. Absolutely brilliant. Fabiano, he's got all facets of the game. Just when we thought he was off and running and being very positive and offensive, Realizes that he's out of position. Switches the switch. Turns on the defensive mode. Puts Phil in a tough snooker. But Phil's able to get out of it with that cluster of reds. It's one big red there. A little bit pacey on that
OK, mais le crochet,
safety shot for Phil.
zoom et la concentration.
Oh. Fabiano is just fearless.
I couldn't find it last night either.
Fearless one. Just takes on anything.
Best thing, only brought 7.
If it's in his zeitgeist and he's comfortable.
Not when he's flaky or something. He's having trouble.
Comme ça. Tu le vois-tu en direct?
Yeah, we're just Louis, a great streaming producer, just doing some little tweaks just to give the great image for all of you people there.
OK, 30 secondes. Ouais, attends une seconde. Attends, je vais descendre encore.
There's a bit of bother here.
Je vais mettre le téléphone parce qu'à une main c'est très difficile. Je reviens une seconde. Sorry about all this. It's a bit better. Just a touch more. No, we won't touch it anymore for the rest of the day. Last thing. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Just tweaking the picture a little bit as these players enjoy a good safety exchange. Louis, the streaming producer's got good timing to fix our image. Obviously, if we were on a century, I'd probably have to let him to stand down a bit. But now that he's kind of dialed in. It's a great spot there by Phil. Played that with a lot of safety in the back of his mind, that's for sure. It's great that the pot went in. Have to have his cue ball, but has a blue into the right middle. Definitely looks like a good chance for Phil to get right back in the second frame. Can dance around that blue with a few reds. He's just waiting for the player on the adjacent table over there, as you can see on the right side of your frame. Didn't know the angle to hold for the blue, but could nicely shoot down for the black. Don't think that red by the blue is going to pass to go in the pocket. Oh, it just might. Just taking a look to my left in our broadcast booth now. It's maybe he might squeeze it by, but Fabiano not wanting to risk anything. Obviously with a Pan American Championship that's sprawls from North to Central to South America. They've got a good contingency of Brazilian players. They might not know much about the Canadians as well. The Canadians and Americans might not know much about the Brazilians. So you want to always err on the side of caution. And when the safe shot is there, probably play that than a careless offensive shot. But that little break there, it's got Phil back in the second frame, only trailing by 5 points. It's in a snooker. He's left this red on. It's a little awkward there. Fabiano's just looking for the redwoods. He's trying to kind of cue over it. It's proven to be a bit difficult. As when I first got into the game, I was putting a few balls, and one old timer came up to me, giving me my first piece of advice, and said, never stretch on the shot. Stretching, you're going to just put yourself in an uncomfortable position. Definitely can make you miss the shot more often than not. So that's why Fabiano elected for those redwoods. Made a good deal of it. If you can get a good blue here, develop these reds, you'll be back in the driver's seat. So this blue should be, red should be able to come up for the blue. It's a bit steeper of an angle than first thought. Yeah, you definitely don't see players really take those shots a lot. While it's on going from one side to the other side of the table, they really like to cut the table in half. That's why when these players get on a really good run, they're just taking short, compacted shots with blacks and reds. Bit fortunate to hit the horn. He's just going to gently roll this blue in. See a little bit of distance there. Makes that shot just that much more difficult. But a nice little 18 extends his lead to 42-19 for Fabiano. A lot of people definitely around the room. A little bit of buzz, toting him as the potential favorite. Definitely, Phil Snake wants to quiet all those people, potentially pull an upset. This Phil is no slouch, but I'd have to say, on paper, just seems like might be an advantage to Fabiano. But it is sport, and that's why we tune in, because you never know what's going to happen. Great actor Michael Douglas once said, "I'm not really a fan of films because I always know how they're going to end. I like sports. It's so unpredictable." It's just a treat to watch. Just using this 6x12 canvas and his cue is his paintbrush. So he's just creating a masterpiece by putting in these reds accompanied by colors. A feast for the eyes. Yeah, looks like the Brazilian's going to take this one. Going to leave Phil Snake an uphill battle. Not sure exactly where he's standing in his group. We'll see a very tough one with Fabiano, as we're seeing, a well-accomplished player, runner-up last year at the PABSA Open Snooker Championship. And also Andre Waugh, a great player as well. Not sure if Andre and Fabiano have played yet. But with a 43 advantage and 35, there's a potential of a free ball, but I think Phil's going to be... Oh, look at that. And the Snookers are required. The striker's there with the lead. Those boxes just grow inside. They'll take the black there. And there's handshakes there. So, great start to the day for Fabiano. Brazil, you've got to be happy with that. So we're going to step aside for a few short moments, and we'll be right back with another exciting match in day 2 of the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. It's David Burney enjoying your company. Thanks for everyone that tuned in. Keep it coming, and we'll be right back.
que lui dit.
On entend. On n'entend pas des conversations individuelles.
Mais qu'est-ce qu'il dit, nous, on l'entend bien?
Oui, c'est ça parce que lui, il chuchote. On entend quasiment pas. Mais quand on l'entend sur les streams, c'est juste parfait. Son microphone est très sensible.
Moi, je ne peux pas parler fort. C'est moi qui vais commenter.
Ben, on peut ajuster les niveaux. Tu peux mettre ton volume normal. On peut ajuster les niveaux. Moi, ce que je vais te proposer, c'est parler plus fort puis baisse ton microphone. C'est tout.
Pas qu'on entend.
Pas qu'on entend. Oh, oui.
Parfait.
Tu vas faire ça?
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. It's day 2, move-in day. Fortunately, a few players are going to be going home, but we've got a great matchup lined up here. Floyd Ziegler, which needs no introduction. Definitely this man is synonymous with greats in Canadian snooker history. Canadian champion, runner-up a couple of years ago when Jason Williams won it. So definitely Floyd knows his way around the table. And Gilles Bonu, I just heard from my stream producer the correct pronunciation of Gilles' surname. He's no slouch himself, as we saw him on the TV table yesterday and put up a good fight. It's David Burney in the booth. We're live here at La Bande de Coin, great club in Saint Lambert, Quebec, just on the other side of the St. Lawrence River, and on this other side, the great city of Montreal. Feel free to tune in. We are on YouTube, on the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association page. Feel free to chime in of where you're tuning in from. If you have any questions or comments, we've got the chat up and running today. Yesterday it was down, but great to hear wherever our viewers are tuning in from. Get some strong viewership. Earlier today, as Fabiano whitewashed Phil Snake 2-0. And Floyd gives a good long stare at that shot in frustration, as he knew that was a trick missed. And we'll see if Gilles can punish him. Kind of into that green, that's for sure. Just killed all the pace of the shot. Oh, Floyd's going for his shots early on. He's got to be careful. Gilles can turn it on and punish him. He's got a nice angle on the brown to come back down table. Obviously got a red open over the top left corner. It's tough to see. I send the camera in my vantage point in the booth. There's a red on the bottom of the bunch there. Just might go into the top left corner. Let's open things up. Just a little unfortunate. Looks like a red and maybe has blocked a path for that black into the top left. I think he's come up with nothing. I mean, he's got a long yellow. Keep the break going, but that's got to be tricky. Hopefully, as we continue to grow in the Americas, our production value will increase, and hopefully someday soon we'll get more cameras surrounding our TV table so we can see all the angles. That break comes to a close at 14, but extends his lead to 24-0. But he's gifted a easy opener here for Floyd. Does have the advantage of that green just sitting over the pocket, so he's going to clean that up rather early. Well, this green might be coming down to the black spot. Just a little miscue there. That sounded horrendous. Floyd inspecting his tip after that shot. So that was definitely uncharacteristic. That red didn't seem too difficult for Cliff. Definitely, or Floyd, I mean. When you start talking about champions, you get them mixed up a little. Floyd has put him tight. Ball cushion. Doesn't have a lot of the cue ball to work with. Nice return there by Gilles. Floyd might have just stepped away from the table for a quick comfort break. They are allowed, but usually, not encouraged, that's for sure. Try and have the players, they do need to excuse themselves, do it between frames. Sometimes without the referees, obviously the players are responsible for setting up the next frame, so having to have a break to use the washroom is not in the cards all the time. But Floyd's back, and game on. Gilles going for it there. Unfortunately, the pace on that shot snuck this red in a very easy potable position. Just didn't have a potable color ball. Nice pot there, and he's held for the black. Yeah, back in 2013 was the last time when Floyd won the Canadian National Championship. He's a three-time champion of that great event. Surprising miss. It's both players' first match of the day. Gilles might have a little bit of advantage. He's already played on this TV table. So it was yesterday, but
I'll bring it over. I got it set up.
Gilles just waiting for Derek Claus to take his shot on the adjacent table. Both players making some surprising misses here. As we said, it's early on, early in the day. We saw the 2022 champion Vito Puopel yesterday. He had to go to a decider in his first match. So it seems like when you've got these really juggernauts of the sport at the table, if it's early on, you really got to punish them, because sometimes it takes them a bit to wake up. Maybe we'll get Fern Loyer on the table. The Sudbury slaughterer, as he travels a lot with his own rest. See, there's a few more players are starting to do that, but Fern was one of the first. As he is in the room. Looks like actually he's going to be getting into a match. If you want to see any updates on Fern or any other great players, head over to cloudsnooker.com. Great resource for this tournament. They have the live scoring, as the players all have all tablets at their tables and provide up-to-date scoring for you who can't make the trip out here to Quebec. But if you are in the neighborhood, we'd love to see you out here. Admission is free to this great tournament. We're going to be here all the way till Sunday the 13th, as this senior championship will conclude on the Tuesday, followed by the Open Championship. This is you don't want to give Floyd easy chances. He's not going to, might miss a few in the beginning, but when he starts dialing it in, tightens those screws, really is impressive. Don't think that ran enough. I had to go a bit more. Hopefully beyond that red, just left of the red and pink. Well, 24 break rate now. He's put himself ahead 38-26 in this inaugural frame. That he canned into the blue, killed all the pace of the cue ball. Ziegler is definitely proficient with that rest. When I saw him yesterday and today, as we mentioned, he's not one of the tallest players, so he's probably using the rest a little bit more often than your regular player. But using it more, gets him more proficient at it. With that red getting kissed by the green to push it tightly, create a little cluster with red and pink. Well, I don't know if many people were tuning in late last night, but our good friend Ernie Marsh, Ernie, who is 80 years young, oldest player ever to compete in a PABSA event, won a match last night. He was playing up until 1 o'clock in the morning in his match, so some great things to see. We did have Ernie on the TV table. Made it interesting against Amit Karki. I think I'll take that. I think he would have liked it to pull up a little bit sooner, but he still got the trick. Looks like maybe just a little bit of swerve around this black. He's got a good result there. That cue ball going tight to the right cushion. Players going for their shots. So a wild shot there, and unfortunately he's left an easy open there for Gilles. Real trouble ball here. Oh, the door was open for him. Put that pink a little kind of safe here. Floyd just waiting for Derek, as you can see on the right side of your screen. There's a little scoring hiccup.
Okay, that's what I thought. That would happen if you had 3 balls.
There's our tournament director in the blue shirt there, Kevin Patrick, coming over to save the day. He's a whiz with these tablets. He's a whiz with players. Obviously been doing it over 30 years. Strong referee, strong organizer. And actually heard last night, a man you don't want to mess with, as he's got a history in karate. So I think all these players are fully aware of his history there, so they're not going to disrespect any of his rulings.
No, it's fixed. There's a way around it now, but only on those two.
Like the morning coffee is going through both of these players quite quickly as they both step aside for a little comfort break. So it's the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship, Day 2, here at La Bande de Coin in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. Just on the other side of the St. Lawrence River is the great city of Montreal. Wonderful club here.
They don't need to be charged. They're all
I've got, I believe, 12 snooker tables, 10 small 8-ball tables. So when real estate in this country of Canada is really going up, it's great to see that there's rooms that can get this space. It's definitely the more tables you get, more easier a tournament can run. As much as there is 12 tables, we do have to keep a couple open for the public, but we're left with 8. Yeah, I think we're going to bring in 9 today, but 8 tables, lots of matches we had to do yesterday. As we finished up, just creeping into Sunday morning, just after midnight. Could be another long one today. That's now we're kind of the roll-on, roll-off philosophy. As soon as a table is available, and if you're in the room, it's game on. We are on the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association YouTube channel. Got an active live chat there. Feel free to let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any comments or questions, I'll do the best to answer them to the best of my knowledge. It's David Burney in the booth. Always glad that the community that we're growing out there, definitely on the stream and definitely in the room. A lot of great faces here. Some people actually I've just talked to. As Canada's such a large country, I come from the Vancouver area. We're doing lots of great things out there. Finally got to meet Darcy Michael from Winnipeg. Presley Backus, who does a lot of great stuff in Ontario. So definitely a lot of...
And I could only find 14 all the time. Even when I was switched tablets and when we were running out.
A lot of passion for the game. So Floyd just asking that to be respotted. I think there was a time where that green went in.
Because I was sitting here doing them, right? Maybe it was taken right from here while they were sitting. Yeah, because we've never had anything ever taken. I know. Like, what am I supposed to do? Put it under lock and key every time we check it?
Well, this brown looks like it's...
Believe me, I'm conscious of what we have. I know.
This is frame ball. A little funny, sometimes our break does not want to count. There's a few tricks with these tablets. They're doing wonderful work. The scoring software, that's for sure. We do ask a little bit on the players, obviously. They've got to keep score. Some of them aren't the greatest tech whizzes out there. But it just really helps us. So we don't have to hire a scorekeeper. Although it is great to have a scorekeeper, so the players can focus on the task at hand. And Floyd's done a good job in that first frame. It's a little rough in the beginning, but he found some great form. Took that one by a scoreline of 59-31. He leads this best of three round robin match, 1-0, and we'll be right back with frame 2.
I make them myself. I design them and I order them. I like 12. They're all. Yeah, so I design them myself and then I order them through. I can't remember the provider. Spreadshirt.
Got answers?
I can make a batch. I'll text you next time I order some. I have some that are just snooker. I have some that are just like funny. Like one is I was on a 147, but I missed the first red. Yeah, a little like just snooker, like foul it and miss. Where's the cue ball going?
And just like that, we're back. Gilles Bonmy is broken off. Yeah, Floyd a little unhappy with that safety attempt. Too fat. Not Gilles with quite a golden opportunity here. Doesn't look like the black goes to the top left. Gilles would have liked to be a left-hander, but wow. Great blue. Speared it right into the middle of the pocket. Didn't give the horns a chance to reject it. Unfortunately, I think he's just come up a little sour here. Oh, a couple blues for Gilles to get his frame started. Great shot there. Be a tricky one here for Floyd to get down, clip off a red, and bring his cue ball back to bulk. That's if he stutters down there in the business end of the table. Reds are starting to open up. Looks like black could go to the top right. I think the top left is out of commission. Pink's in a bit of bother. Nicely spotted there by Floyd. It's going to be equally retorted here by Thin Slick. He's left the long red on. So he baited Jill into taking this on. I think the trick worked there for Floyd. Let's see what he can do with this mistake. Just don't want to cannon into that yellow. Try to come back down the table. That's a long, risky red. That's out in the open on the left side if you wanted to continue the break. He's taking a look at it. He's going to need another good red to keep the break going.
Yeah. Squeak through. 2-1. 2-1. I think that's. We got to win it next phase too.
End up a path actually here to take this red on and come through behind the black. Put a little bit of Bonu on there to take away that angle, but First mission was accomplished. The red found the bottom of the pocket.
Yeah, I got one left. Yeah. No, that is tomorrow. I'm done for the day. I just had the one match. I could have played.
There was one less in the booth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Disgusted with that shot, as you can tell his reaction. Nice to see that some of the open players are coming in to play in that tournament. Just saw Marhan Manashkar, player out of the Vancouver area. He's just jumped into the room. Got a couple days to settle before he gets his campaign started. Nice to see some more West Coasters coming out to the east, playing this great championship. He's maybe hoping to develop a couple of those reds along the top cushion. He does have a red into the left middle. So that will help him expand his lead in this second frame.
Ran the big run back. That's right. That's one.
I made 2 good runs up.
Yeah. Yeah, he was up and he in. Yeah.
Jill, so proficient with that rest.
We don't know. Well, they still, what are they at? What's the score? They just finished. Oh, table 11. 11 just finished. There's nobody here playing. You should be. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I know, but it's 12 times right now. We're trying to get ahead, but nobody's just here. Nobody's here. To do 12 minutes. Can't.
Amy and I will play
Definitely shot there was an element of safety in mind. The main operation was to get that cue ball tight to the bulk cushion. Wasn't successful in that, but did put it pretty close. He's left quite a long pot with Floyd. Floyd can't put his bridge hand on the table. Has to negotiate that cushion. Always making it a little difficult. Cannon into that red, killed the cue ball. That red cannon into the other red. It's just left a golden opportunity for Gilles. Definitely wants to put this into a decider. Unbelievable. Maybe it's coming for the green pocket, but no. Just a little lapse in concentration there by Gilles. It's going to be steaming inside there between the ears. Definitely if you're on the Canadian snooker scene, the name Floyd Ziegler definitely is out there. When you have your chances against him, you've got to take them. He's a top-notch player, 3 times Canadian national champion. Definitely had the option. He was ready to go over to England, play with the big boys, but unfortunately, he does not fly. That was a terrible phobia of flying. I guess he didn't decide to take a ship over. I wonder if he ever thought of that option. I should ask him that. Because I know he's told me before in the past that he was ready to go to England, but he just not going to get on an airplane. Terrified of it. Very interesting how highly skilled people have that phobia. Yesterday, obviously, John Madden, great NFL football coach, terrified of flying, so just drove around everywhere in his big bus. And Wayne Gretzky would fly, but definitely it wasn't his favorite thing in the world to do. And another just gift that Gilles has given Floyd. Sooner or later, Floyd's going to jump on these opportunities. Good on the last one. We'll see what he can make of this. Looks like he's going to try and get behind the brown off 2 cushions here. Just a little short of base for the snooker, but great pace to get that cue ball tight to the cushion. And is Gilles fortunate enough that that pink has come to his rescue? Looks like it has. So Floyd Ziegler at the table, trailing in this second frame, 47-22. But is leading the match 1 frame to nothing. Just needs 1 more frame to get the match victory. Needed to hit it that hard. Because even if, reds go down, it's going to help his cause. The 25-point advantage. It's just run enough. There's nowhere. That's going to be able to go in. This red and a color put us to the Snookers required stage for Gilles. So one snooker required, 36 points in it, 35 on the table. But always the potential of a free ball with that final red there. So obviously the pawn isn't on for Gilles here. Just got to make sure it's quite safe. Try and get behind the black. Obviously the blue is going to deaden that pace. Oh.
Ouais, je suis en train d'ajuster. Je suis un peu sur le bord, mais c'est pas grave, je vais mettre les deux doigts à droite. Ouais. À part que tu commences à te faire un logo.
Just to roll a little bit more there for Floyd. How about that for a kiss? So. Gilles just kind of wondering, is that a concession there? As it looks like Floyd stepped away. So. Looks like that is a concession there, so that will conclude the second frame. We are going to head to a decider, ladies and gentlemen, after a little short break. It's Floyd Ziegler against Gilles Bonu. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back with this exciting decider of this round-robin match. And welcome back, everybody, to this deciding frame of this round robin match. Just a heads up from our streaming director, Louis. He's just informed me that on the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association YouTube page, we've got 2 extra tables that are being streamed. So feel free to take a look at those. Unfortunately, I don't think they will have commentary. We're on main table number 1 here. It's David Burney in the booth will give you commentary, but feel free to jump over to those other streams if you're interested, as obviously they might be in full form when we come to a conclusion of the match. So we just want to give you all the snooker coverage we possibly can. This would be a pretty big upset if Gilles able to knock down the 3-time Canadian champion. So what can happen in these quick races, these best of 3s? You get a little bit of momentum, the train starts purring out of the station. The next thing you know, your opponent's pretty much packing up his cue and ready to take the hit and maybe come back fighting another day. I've seen almost some big upsets. Fabiano yesterday definitely went to a decider. Vito Pawapol, he went to a decider yesterday. Those 2 have got to be big favorites to take the championship. Fabiano, runner-up last year at the Open PABSA Championship, and Vito won this event in 2022. It's definitely got to be a good resource, so if a Canadian is able to lift the title here and book his or her place. We do have a couple of females in the competition, Simone Lloyd and Anita Chan. Great to see them participating. Hopefully we could get those 2 players out to the Emerald City for the World Women's Snooker U.S. Open Championship. It is quite a travel, obviously coming from Ontario where Simone and Anita live, all the way out to Seattle. But maybe they can find some local sponsorship to help them with the cost of getting out there. So Jill kind of broke down on 12. That's leading us into this safety battle. Taking a look, see if there's a gap between brown and blue. Just clip off the right side of that rightmost red. Just got to be mindful of the in-off. Let's have he's thinking better of it now. Good thing he changed up his mind. Fantastic snooker there. Seems like Floyd's been in that position many times. I think he really didn't give it much thought. Came down, fired the ball, got a red, and actually got a decent result. I say it's a thinking person's game, but sometimes it's best not to think. Jill did have a red that was able to be pocketed. He's done it. He's got a good angle on the yellow to take it in the green pocket to come back down table. Big miss, but I think he's fortunate that he hasn't really left a elementary shot on for Floyd. It's really tough to tell from our camera angle. Obviously, we're at the bulk end looking down to the top end, and our broadcast booth is just about 10 feet back from that bulk end. So nothing doing there. Safely put him back into the bulk area, Floyd does. What was that for a cut? I thought, hope you like your Montreal smoked meat thinly sliced. So that was a definitely thin, blind cut. Obviously he played it with the element of safe, as you can see where his cue ball is. Jill just kind of looking at the heavens there. I don't think he's got a red on. Just waiting for his cue ball to come down to a resting point, and Snooker increases his lead, 18-0 in this decisive frame. Looks like he might have left that red though, the top left corner. Did, but Floyd just rattled in the jaws and refused. Maybe was he forced into that shot? Okay, and into a lot of balls that really killed the cue ball, making it stay in the top end of the table. Oh. How often do we see that? It just kind of is on just the edge of the pocket. Think it's going to go in, but then it pulls up, thinks about it, and goes down. So 4 points for Floyd, and ball in hand in the D. Kind of muscled that one in, that's for sure. Really used all the pocket. It's best to kind of open it up a little bit more. to get the black obviously back down to the top end of the table. But the angle on the brown is much more appetizing. Looks like black is there to come back down to the table. The unfortunate part, if he does bring it back down to the table, he also brings it down for his opponent. So, Gilles aware of the ability of Floyd. That's maybe why he just wanted to take that blue on. Ran just a bit too much, like Chris, not or Floyd. Why do I keep calling Floyd Cliff? Why do I keep calling Floyd Cliff? I'm not sure, but maybe I think I'm the great baseball player Cliff Floyd. But anyway, that was a little trick missed there by Gilles. Had a chance to put Floyd in a really nasty snooker. Like a little safety exchange is in play here. A great little wall to hide behind. That yellow, black, green, and brown. Little two-way shot there by Gilles. Very nice eye. So, to be a left-hander here, or at least ambidextrous, but he's solid with the rest. Stat sheet. I'd love to see what Gilles' stats are with the rest. If it's not 100%, it's got to be pretty close. So proficient. Maybe he took some lessons from Bill Werbenick. Great big Bill. Bill's quite a solid rest player. I actually was watching a local player in Vancouver by the name of Gary Spence play once, and just frame finished, and Bill waddled over to Gary and said, "Gary, you're the worst rest player I've ever seen. You and I are going to go to the table, we're going to have a match, and we're going to play every shot with the rest." And I'd have to say Gary's no slouch with the rest anymore. So not a bad practicing routine. If you've got some time, there's so many shots to practice. Go to your local room and just play one frame, all with the rest. Even if you're up against the cushion, if it seems silly, it just gets you comfortable with that piece of equipment. So a 40-point lead with 51 on the table. Jill just needs a red and a color. Let's put a blue safe. But he's going to be in a heap of trouble here, Floyd. As much as Floyd has quite the resume in this sport, on any day, players can fall. Wow, what a great shot. My apologies, I didn't see that extra red there. So yeah, only 41 in it with 51 on the table. I jinxed him. I guess he's 99% now with that rest. Jill's so proficient. Breaks down on that last shot. Very fortunate that White didn't find the bottom of that green pocket. Yeah, red in the color is all Gilles needs to put us into the Snookers required stage. Is there enough of that red by the yellow? Looks like Floyd could possibly cut this into the green pocket. Oh, that's gone horribly wrong. Cut was a mile off. Can it in. Pushed out some reds. He can't take the black to seal the deal. 42 in it and 43 on the table. Blue's relatively safe. Can he get by that brown to get on the potting angle for the black? Looks like he can. Rolled up tight to the pink, which makes this for a little awkward queuing down on the ball. Always a chance of putting unwanted side on it. Very fortunate double kiss there as he's got the snooker. Should be an easy hit for Gilles. Let's put that safe. You know, 34 in it and 35 on the table. So if Floyd takes a red and a black, he can win. A red and pink, he can definitely afford us a black ball respot. And the other color with the red, he's going to need a snooker. I don't think Gilles going to like his next shot. It looks elementary to roll up tight behind the yellow. Gilles nicely able to get out of that, and actually he's returned the favor, put Floyd into a snooker. Like there's going to be a mark on the three-time Canadian champion, not the world champion. He did have an opportunity to go over the UK, but unfortunately that fear of flying grounded him, made him stay in North America. And there's handshakes there. Wow. Gilles Bonu, local boy, gets a good round of applause as he pulls an upset over three-time Canadian national champion Floyd Ziegler. Went down to the wire, but the Quebecois man was proved to the stronger player. Great rest play too there by Gilles. We'll have to keep an eye on that all tournament long. So we'll step aside for a few short moments as we get our next match set up on our featured TV table. So stand by, everybody, and we'll be right back.
just say we're going on the street if you want the names over.
Like,
Sorry.
no, it's my bad.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship, live here at La Bande de Coin in Saint Lambert, Quebec. A great matchup coming up here with a crowd favorite, Alain Lavoie, taking on Matt Teixeira. Matt comes from Thunder Bay, a city I know quite well, as that was my old alma mater. Federation College Film School. Great little program over there. It's David Burney in the booth. Glad that you've tuned in. Do tune in to us. We're on the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association YouTube channel. Share it with your friends. Chime in. Put your support for either of these players. Let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any comments or questions, I'll do the best to answer them. But for right now, it's game on. It's a best of three. These short little round-robin matches. So always important to get that first frame on the board. As usually they say that for most matches, but these ones very much of paramount importance. As getting one frame, you get one more, you've got a match win. And if you lose that first frame, you're really on the back burner. So, not too familiar with a lot of these players. Alain, I've heard, beat the great Fern Loyer in last year's Canadians, so that's definitely a good accomplishment there. And definitely in the booth, there's no bias here, so as much as I have a little connection with Matt, as he's now a professor at the Lakehead University in Thunder Bay, I will not lean to each other. I just want to see a good match. See some fluidity from these players. I think both of them, once they get into the balls, they probably can score pretty heavily. Obviously, in practice, it's one thing, but when you're in such a prestigious tournament like this PABSA Senior Championship, the pressure just goes up a few notches. Oh. Anywhere but there. Got a nice red with a long rest and a long cue. Wanted to be on that black pit of a ball, rather into a world of cherries that he's in. Just sneaking that coin in there. We do have foul to miss in this tournament. It's a maximum of 4 attempts and 3 putbacks. Just a little miscue there. It's always really tough, this foul to miss. It's a great debate, obviously, in snooker rooms throughout the world. Obviously, the miss is kind of judged by a referee, so he's impartial. Obviously, in these matches where you don't have a referee, the player that's not at the table has to kind of turn into the referee. But you're wanting to get points, so it's kind of a weird gray area. Like if a player was in like a snooker that was really tight, came off say 4 cushions, and was like a millimeter away from hitting his object ball, how can you blame the player there? It was a great attempt there. So hopefully, as we continue to grow in the Americas, we can get highly skilled referees to referee each table. The players would thoroughly enjoy that. Hopefully the referees could act as both scorekeeper and referee at the table. So definitely always good to get in touch with your local organizations. The Canadian Billiards and Snooker Association does great work in Canada, as well as Snooker Canada. The USSA, that's the governing body down there in America. Reach out to them. All these organizations like to put together some great programs to train referees, mechanics, to keep the game going. Also our good friends at the CBBS down in Brazil. So nice long red by Mets. One of the taller players in the room still needs to use a rest. Definitely a tough shot there. Wish he didn't really sell anything out to Alain. Yeah, the crowds are slowly building as the day gets longer. We're starting to rise from this Sunday. Admission is free down here at La Bande de Coin. Just across the river from Montreal. So definitely do pay us a visit. It's day 2 of the senior side of the championship. Obviously this will conclude on Tuesday. That'll be followed by the Open Championship that starts Wednesday and reaches its climax on Sunday the 13th. So I know in Canada definitely we're getting into Thanksgiving weekend. So when that bird is done and dusted on Sunday, switch on the old computer and find our stream here on YouTube and enjoy the great snooker action, because there's a lot to play for in both of these tournaments. Let's go open things up a little bit. Fortunately, the black is over that top right corner, so as much as this game can be very difficult with 6 pockets, it's now a little bit more trickier with only 5 available for a red ball. And we're going to see some pretty good safety play here. As with that black over that top right corner, that's a guaranteed 8 points for whoever player can get in first with a red. Wow. Solid shot by Matt there. Hit that at pace to draw back for the black. Could have gone wrong very easily, but the Thunderbarian puts it into the bottom of the pocket. Now just sizing up a plan, seeing where he's going to go after the black. When he gets down to take this shot, it's all systems go, fully control on the shot at hand. We do have multiple streams going as well today. I think if you're on the PABSA YouTube page, there's options for table 2 and 3. As well, our good friend at the OBSA, Rob Richards, is streaming table 4 on the OBSA channel. I think in the coming days, our great Brazilian friends from the CBBS will be streaming, and they'll be speaking falar in Portuguese. All that don't know Fala is speak in Portuguese. Well, great you're all tuning in. This great snooker action. This is a good little break that Matt's putting together. I'll have to talk to Matt after the match. Just see if he's a true Thunderbarian, as they enjoy a Persian up there. As I was only up there for a couple years, never acquired the taste for a Persian. Persian's kind of a donut with a very bright pink icing topping. Very sweet treat. And people from Thunder Bay live and die by it, that's for sure. But visitors that come in, some even students like I was, can find a fancy for it. That and the Sleeping Giant are a few trademarks of the city way up there in northern Ontario, right on the Great Lake Superior. Beautiful country up there, that's for sure. If you can get there in the summer, maybe late spring, early fall, the outdoors is really enjoyable. But boy, does it get cold in the winter. How's that break at 25? But it's got a nice 33-1 lead in this first frame. Best of 3 match. Left an easy opener for Alain. Tried to go there. Unfortunately, he's opened the door for Matt to come back in. It's kind of red to the top right, followed by a black. So just a little tough for this bridge hand on that cushion. Got a minor in here, but I'm pretty sure Alain was just thinking to himself, what was I doing there? Why so pacey? Yeah. If he was going to be pacey, maybe even get it even more firmer. This is dangerous a little bit. Obviously, he just needs to hit the black, as he is on a color. Yeah, he wanted his previous shot just to pull up a little bit more to be on that black. Bounced off. Looks like there's some space. Door's open for Alan. Tough that this pink is kind of tied up, but with that angle he can come up for the blue. Not bad. Gets done into this blue and be onto the red, into the same middle pocket. Bit more comfortable playing with a little bit of top to run through, be onto this red, into the green pocket. Definitely in the amateur scene, some players don't know all the shots, but what they do know is what they're comfortable with, and that's the most important thing. I think this green might have taken away the potting angle on that red by the blue. Man, just come and have around to have a look at it. Don't forget, cloudsnooker.com has live scoring of all the matches that are in progress in the room here, as well as all the updated results. So you can tune in there, find out where your favorite player stands, what matches they have left, and how they are faring in this senior side of the PABSA Snooker Championship. unfortunate with that cannon into the blue after that yellow went down into the pocket. Really being tight against that horn right there. He's a little bit angled on those 3 reds on the right side. Almost forcing him into taking that pot on. Unfortunately, he's left a relatively easy starter for Matt. He's got a 33-16 lead in this first frame. And a little bit too much. I think he's more playing for that red on the left side of the table. I think he's... I just wonder where that red, those 2 reds together, is that going to be an 8 for him? We're obviously the red that's closer to the black. Does it help him just get the angle absolutely correct? Sometimes when you have these shots, it just forces you to hit the ball in the right spot. A nice 11 to extend his lead to 44-16. However, he's gifted a good opportunity to Alain. Great sportsmanship there by Matt, running to spot the green. Very gentlemanlike. Doesn't have to do it in this tournament, actually. He's got to be more important sitting at that tablet, keeping a running score. So all you people at home can take a look and see what the difference is. Not do the arithmetic in our own head. And the player that's at the table usually will spot their own balls. But it's all learning. This is the 5th installment, I believe, of the PABSA Open and Senior Championships. We're on the senior side right now. First one was in Houston back in 2019. And that little nasty pandemic came in the way and stopped it for 2020. Then the team at PABSA regrouped. They went to the corner bank in Toronto. And then the following year they went back to Toronto. Had it back-to-back years. Some good fun there. That's where Ahmad Ali booked his 2-year tour card. And Vito Puopolo, who's in this tournament, from Ontario. He went over to Sheffield a couple years ago. And then last year, this great championship was in Rio de Janeiro. Lots of fun down there. And now we're in the Belle Province of Saint-Lambert, Quebec. And a little birdie has told me we might actually be going to the Sunshine State of California next year. So when I hear concrete evidence on that, I will confirm that with everybody, but always take a look at www.papsa.org for any updates, news coming down the way of snooker in the Americas, whether it's north, south, or central. That's a great resource to find things. I'll see if Matt puts them back here. You know, I don't imagine Alain to miss it twice. Definitely when he wasn't on to. I believe he's in the snooker. No, he's just really trying to thinly slice it. Looks like there is a gap going through. The tough part is he's against the bulk cushion. That's what he wanted to do the first time. Didn't come off the ball cushion too much with that red ball, so not in a potable position. It's a thin cut if Matt wants to take it, but that would really make your cue ball go who knows where. Got a great team behind the scenes here, that's for sure. Good friend Louis, who's the streaming producer, is on a match, but we've got our good friend Annabelle keeping the things going. Oh, now we got a few more Brazilians coming into the room, so it's getting a little excited behind me. Shot there. The long red for Matt. This tournament, you leave a chance for these players. They're not going to miss many shots. But putting high breaks together, that's a challenging thing. I think so far we have had a high run of 70 something. I'll definitely take a look at that when I get a moment with our tournament director Kevin Patrick. So maybe he's come down. Nicely done. Yellow and hopefully green will just assure him the frame. Now there's 31 in it and 25 on the table. Thunderbarian, Matt Teixeira, looking like he'll take this first frame. So important in these quick sprints, round-robin matches that are only best of threes. You get that one on the board, feel like you're in the match, your arms queuing nicely, and you only need one more. As your opponent starts to clam up and they're like, I'm down one, I need two to spin to win the match. This is a nice little break, nice little cue action Matt has. Just, slowly flows through with it. A few feathers. Just kind of drives it through like a well-oiled machine, but that's a concession there by Hélène Lavoie. So we'll step aside and come back with frame 2 action, everybody. We're back here with Matt Teixeira. We're into the first frame breaking off, and he's just put Hélène in a world of trouble to start things. Fortunately enough, there's a pack of reds all tight together, so he's got a big area to shoot at. The big thing is, hopefully he can leave everything safe. He's missed, and he's hit the black. Disastrous. Yes, we do really appreciate all the viewership out there, wherever you're tuning in from. Obviously, with the mass number of players in this tournament, obviously at the beginning of the day we kind of have an idea of who's going to start the day on the TV table. But when we get into these roll-on, roll-off formats that the tournament is, it's tough to decide who is going to be on the TV table. Obviously, we want to give great matches, but the tournament and running smoothly and getting done on time is of utmost importance. So probably when we start the knockout phase tomorrow, then we can kind of hone down and kind of have a bit more, a better visual of who's going to jump on the TV table. And the man agrees that that was a good shot. It was a gentle little kiss on that red that's just outside of the pack of them. Well, we do have the cloudsnooker.com. That's got live scoring. We do also have table 2 and 3 being streamed on the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association YouTube channel, which I'll just be commentating on table 1, so you can watch those other ones. And our good friend Rob Richards over at the OBSA, he's streaming channel 4 or table 4 on his OBSA YouTube channel. So lots of opportunities to watch some great snooker. It's Sunday, day 2 of the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. We've got 2 more days of this tournament as it climaxes on Tuesday, and then no rest for the wicked. We get into the Open tournament starting Wednesday and concluding on Thanksgiving Sunday, October 13th. Matt just wants to come off a couple cushions and just nestle into a red. Nicely done. First I thought he was almost going to have the black first. I might have hit the black first. My apologies. These tables are far. It went into the wee hours last night, so maybe I need to get that nice cup of coffee, get that little wake up. Much better shot there by Matt. Be in store for a little tit-tat, maybe re-rack, but not the case. Matt has found an escape route to get himself back to bulk, and so close to getting behind that green. Yeah, there's definitely a buzz in the room now. One more match is getting in full swing. Spectators are coming in. And some locals are coming in to enjoy the hospitality of this great club. Well, that miss up by Matt Toucheri. That's left Alain Lavoie, local favorite. Plays a lot out of this club, so he definitely knows these tables. I'm pretty sure as soon as this venue was announced to host this great championship, all these Quebec players were over here night and day, practicing pretty much until they fall over. Don't risk anything there. Would have been nice to get tight to that yellow, as there is a red that is hittable. And Matt can take the right side of it, put his cue ball off the top cushion and come back into the bulk area. Great shot there. Acknowledged by a nice tap on the table from his opponent. Put that tight to that bulk cushion. You only have like maybe a quarter of an inch to hit. If you're just off by a millimeter, it's going to put some unwanted side on it. Really will spin that cue ball in a place that's undesirable. I didn't see that coming. That can always happen. So that's our third 7-point foul on this frame. And it is his option. He could play on from there or put his opponent back in. Yeah, it does look a little tricky of the pathways back to bulk. Watch out for this pink. That's all right. Didn't push that red too close to that top left corner pocket.
I'll come top it off. I don't have any more coffee.
Yeah, looks pretty tricky with those two reds on the right side. Might just gently float into the pack. Little containment, almost got the pot. Wow. Not sure if he was actually saw that pot. I think as soon as the cue ball and red ball contacted and it started making its way to that top right corner, he thought, oh, maybe there's some hope. Maybe I should have hit that just a little bit harder. Maybe he ran out of gas. But it looks like the black is rather blocking Matt's trajectory to this red. To come up with a little something special. Very nicely done. So that was a bit tricky. So that red right over the top right corner. Any miss is going to lead your opponent right into an easy starter. Now Matt has a chance to get a decent break together. This red. Still got the black wide open to both corner pockets in the top end. A few reds that are open. But he might be able to stay low after this red on the black. Just puts maybe a little bit of check siding. Let's see from this vantage point if he does have an angle just to stun up into the bunch. Always a tricky shot. Always have to have a little bit of luck when you go into them. So he's just kind of taking a look to see if there's any maybe loose red that he could play for. Looks like he's got something. Was a tricky shot there. Dangerous of this game sometimes. You get in rhythm, you get flow. Maybe there's just a little bit of a not as high percentage shot, but you're feeling good. You've got a run going. You want to continue it going. So tough sometimes to just say nope. Just play it safe. Tie up your opponent. Live to play another shot. Don't really think anything can go. That outermost red looks like it has a path to the green pocket. And you could draw back, not leaving any red on. It'll be on the black. Is what he went for. But unfortunately, yeah. He's left the red on to the left middle. Ooh. We've seen that a lot on this TV table. A lot of balls have gone into that middle pocket, touched every spot but not the bottom. And then the opposite middle pocket just flat out refuses them. So just got to be really accurate. As Matt's got a shot to that right pocket that I'm alluding to, right middle. See? It's got to be so accurate. There, he's kind of covered up that top right with the pink. So he's taking that pocket out of play. Gifted a player an opportunity, obviously. Players to make a red. Another additional 6 points is just sitting there quite easily for the taking.
So do we play
So not taking a look at it. Looking like it's not a touching ball. It's a great shot there of both players. You're looking almost a headbutt there. They're just going to call the tournament director there, just get an impartial eye to take a look at it. Smart decision here. You know, both players have a disagreement. One thinks it is, one thinks it isn't. Kevin Patrick, our tournament director there, come in, evaluate the situation, and make the right call. So it wasn't touching. Boa tarde, Eric. Good afternoon. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Hope you're enjoying it. See, we've got a couple North American players. There are some great Brazilians from your native country in this great tournament. Fabiano put on quite a display earlier this morning. You might be able to hear our friends from Brazil in the background, maybe seeping through the feed. It seems like they're having a team meeting behind me, and they're quite animated. Tough part is with our commentating booth, we're right by the only really good seating area. There's lots of seats in the room, for sure, here at La Bande de Coin in Saint Lambert, Quebec. But I'm kind of in the lounging area and not in a soundproof booth, you know, as we're still continuing to grow the great game in the Americas. We don't have those designated nice soundproof rooms that we can step into. He might be here for a while. Is that red and pink over the top right? A bit of trouble.
Kevin, is around the book where you can't park. You can't park. Paying for parking, like, you gotta go. Get up. He's outside. Can't get a parking spot.
It's just going to come short of pace. This looks a little bit better. I think it's going to actually come up. Matt shakes his head. Did not hit. So Matt should be coming over to Alain and letting him know. He does have a red on. Yep. Just get some direction. The tournament director, as Matt's looking for, just wondering about this situation. So there is a red on. If he misses it 3 times, it's a concession of the frame. But the player here now acts as the referee, saying you've missed, there is a red on, you've missed a red twice. If you miss again, the frame goes towards Matt. Good idea by them. They brought over Kevin Patrick, just to clarify the ruling. Always good to stop everything, bring the tournament director over, as we don't have referees at every table in this tournament. It's hard work being a referee, but we really appreciate it when people step up to the call. As much as some players probably will not agree all the time with the referee's ruling, you got to know that that's the correct ruling, as those referees have studied the handbook thoroughly. And at the end, I'm pretty sure they do enjoy taking that part of their game. They don't have to referee themselves. They can let someone else and just focus on playing their game. Oh. Land just throws his hands up into the heavens. Sacre bleu. Zut alors. Maybe other few four-letter words that we can't repeat in public. Definitely in a little bit of trouble. That red, and pink down there is really putting this frame into a slog. But Matt has quite an advantage here. 34 points and definitely has a simple red to get things started. Very crafty by the man from Thunder Bay. You know, you can feel his opponent is reeling a little bit with that last in-off. And your opponent's feeling it's a torturous game, that's for sure. Alain just struggling a little bit. Seems like every shot he's just praying to the heavens. He's just got to know he's going to get a chance. Left side of the table is quite open for him to take this blue into the left middle, come up and down, in and out of bulk. You know, if that was a red ball, I think you'd be in prime position to get that pink into the top right corner, but unfortunately that's not the case. Both players really would like to clean up that messy pocket. too thin, but should be okay. Just because that top right corner pocket is really plugged up. Yeah, it's getting messy over there. Ho, 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 ho. He danced with the devil there and almost got burned. You could hear his heart stop beating from over here. I just wonder if that red... No, it doesn't look like that red. Close to the middle pocket, I think that other red is blocking it. Doesn't have the angle to pot it. Yeah, that little triangle of three hitting on the leftmost side of the reds. Just very thinly clip it and come off two cushions. And I think it could get by the black and shoot down table. But that might be making, just looking in first glance, that might be making it tougher on Alain as that triangle three, if he thinly cuts it. Yeah, he's got to be mindful of that in-off. Hold up in just a lot of time. The tactical battle here. Fortunate putt for Alain. She hits a ball. If he hits it thin, he's just going to try a little containing safety. But if he hit it thin, he's going to have a lot of pace on the cue ball. There's more chance of just delicately hitting a red into another red, and it's probably going to stop all the momentum and wouldn't be a threat to knock that pink down into the pocket to cause a foul. There's maybe a... Yeah, it looks like that cue ball is definitely... Or not cue ball, the pink ball. Really deep into that jaws of that top corner, so I don't think you can get another ball past it.
I would have friend now because down one friend. I have no choice. He said, I lost him. I got
Ele fez assim com o skate da to sign paper for my mom. I'm not working on surgery this morning.
It's a tough one. These frames go a little bit messy. Messes with the player's mind too, because it's obviously a tremendous amount of. Ooh, and that was not supposed to happen for Matt. Going back to that last point, they're playing so many safeties that possibly when the opportunity arises to make a pot, they can't because they've been so used to being on the defensive side. And turning that switch to be offense can take a little warming up. It's kind of like starting a lawnmower. You got to push that choke in and give a few yanks. Hit that horn there. I think eventually that pink is going to go down. Either it's going to be a foul or it's accompanied with a red. And when that happens, I think the world's going to open up. Oh, what a shot there by Matt. Well, it's good to get out of it. Left a red onto the middle. Can Matt just stun down? Pink after this. I was thinking he just takes it on and play for the black. Yeah, this is going to help Matt. He does have a large lead in here. But still lots of points on the table. Lots of reds still there. We've seen 21 points in fouls. 14 for Matt and a 7 for Alain already. That's why the score is rather high with so many reds still on the table. Oh, good opportunity for Alain. Can he just take this and just float down to that top cushion and get that pink into the bottom of the pocket? And let's get this frame going, gentlemen. That's what happens when you get into these safety battles that go back and forth a lot. Sometimes you just forget how to pot. Matt has no interest in playing any of those reds near the pink. He's going to put all his focus onto this red that's close to the left cushion. Hit that a bit harder. Or is he just trying to bait Alain? Taking a careless shot. He's left Matt an opener. Good natural angle to come down and hopefully get near that top cushion and clean up that pink. Just couldn't get down for it. Is there a path there? Tough to see from our vantage point. So opting for the long blue into the yellow pocket. The blue down to this party. Kind of knocked out a red a little bit there. Just put it right back in there. Well, this is the tough part of the game, obviously. No one wants to give an inch. Definitely, Alain, he doesn't want to sacrifice those points. We're going to be out of this dilemma. I think Alain might just kind of slowly roll up to the red. Thin little snick on this red. Could get behind the black. Get 3 cushions. Back up into the bulk area. Or, well, he's going to get his opponent into the bulk area, but he's sacrificing 4 points on it. And yeah, Alain doesn't even need to go back and take a look. He's putting his opponent back in. He wants nothing to do with all that business down there. Nice thin little hit there, and he avoids the green pocket. Once again, maybe a little slow roll up for Alain. Folks, I might just reach into my bag and find Cervantes' Don Quixote and have a good read for you. By the time that book is done, we might be out of this dilemma here. It's just a little nasty there. But I think the black blocks that red. Sure, it's a 6-foot by 12-foot table. We've got about 10 balls all clustered together in pretty much almost a 1.5 by 1.5 area. Well, that's going to at least pop out a red. Maybe Alain a long pot opportunity here with this red. These are the type of frames that just can be a little tough in tournaments. It really brings it to a grinding halt. Neither player want to give an inch, especially when they're in best of threes. Very short format. Matt Teixeira already has one. Oh my goodness, can you believe it? Of all the places in the world he wanted his cue ball, that was not the place to be. That was an excellent shot to take that long red on. Looking hopefully maybe he could get back and maybe do something. And once again, Alain's just a wry smile there. Matt, do you really want me to shoot from the D? You know, you've got the golden opportunity there. I just went in off. best of 7, maybe best of 9. Definitely best of in the double digits, the 11, 15s, 19s. If it was a best of 35 like the World Championship, I wouldn't see this happening that much. It can happen, but most early frames it doesn't. But when we're in a best of 3, Matt Teixeira already has 1 frame to the good, and Alain wants to get this frame on the board, at least to force us a decider, because match wins are just of paramount importance to move on to the knockout phase that will commence tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9:30 a.m. My apologies, Eastern Time. It's 6:30 on the West Coast. No player given an inch.
But we're going to be way ahead. We're going to try to be done by 8 o'clock.
Looks like Alain just delicately roll up. He's got enough. He's got some space. I don't think there's a touching ball over there, no. Let's just push that cue ball. Nasty down there. Oh, this is a frame that would make Fergal O'Brien jealous. Fergal, a great Irish player, was involved in, I think, the longest frame ever recorded in snooker, over 2 hours. Kind of amazing when you think about it, as Ronnie O'Sullivan once put together a maximum break, 15 reds, with 15 blacks and running the colors in 5 minutes and 21 seconds. If you haven't seen it, take a look on YouTube. It is sheer brilliance. And you just gotta keep your composure in this kind of match. It seems like Matt's handling it a little bit better than Alain. Alain just kind of throwing up his hands sometimes, smiling to himself. Step away to talk to our tournament director. Kevin Batker is talking to Jay Brodhocker, who's the head of the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association. Looking like the day's going along quite smoothly. Looks like we might be ahead, and I kind of just leaned over and mentioned to him, like, have you seen this table? I don't think we're going to be that far ahead. It's going to be a little short. If there was a prize for if you can get the balls the closest to the pocket without dropping, both of these players would be world champions. But both of them actually at least composing themselves quite well. I know I alluded to Alain maybe just feeling the burn of it just a little bit more than his opponent. But both players, you know, some player might just get frustrated and just slam those reds in, like, whatever, I'll take that pink. Take the penalty points, let's move on, let's get the frame going. Because once it opens up, there's a lot of reds down there. Yeah, sometimes you might feel re-rank, but Matt Ducheri be like, I do not think so. And he's got a 51-point lead. He wants to hold on to that and a one-frame advantage in this best of three. Player can find themselves behind that yellow, they're going to leave their opponent in a real tough bother. No contact there. So that has the option of putting him back or just letting him play on from there. Plays on from there. Oh, he's brought the blue to the party over here. Oh my. And he's left a red on. Well, maybe not. That might have run just a bit too much. The problem is there's no real combination with the color. You know, if you're taking the pink on, you got to hit the pink. You can't go blue, red, pink. Might be a foul shot because blue is your nominated color. So it's just a world of hurt over there. just staring at his cue ball there, with all his might. Just thought, is it my luck that that's going to find the bottom of the pocket as well? Unfortunately, it didn't. He's got a chance to lay a nice snooker behind the yellow here. Contact the green. So this might be the issue here. Might be a little bit of a turning point. He's taking away the angle. Sometimes maybe just that one cushion with a little running side, so it slides off the cushion. Just could be enough to go down there and just gently touch those reds for Matt. Oh my goodness. Whole crowd. Big round of applause there. Great weight on that shot, that's for sure. Just a millimeter more power and that pink would definitely have found the bottom of that pocket. Finally. Starting to open things up just a little bit. Well, this championship has the distinct honor of having the oldest competitor, Ernie Marsh, at the age of 89 competing. And we may be viewing the longest frame in PABSA history here. Hear the frustration from Alain across the room. Be interesting if we do get to the Snookers required stage. Does Alain just feel like he's had enough? Just into the green, nestle behind the yellow. Yeah, Matt just pretty much needs one more red. And he's made contact Alain has there, but he has left a red on into the top left corner. Break there, that was his frame ball, he knew it. Frame and match right there, so this kind of red that's away from the trouble spot over there by the top right. A lot riding on it. Greatest shot he's played. He's left it. Just got to put a lot of concentration on this, Matt. Oh, and there's the handshake there. We have finally come to an end there. What a grueling frame that was. Sometimes it happens in this wonderful game of snooker that a lot of color ball goes over a corner pocket and lots of reds get pushed there. So Alain just knew it was enough. Might as well move on, lick his wounds to fight another day. He's got a few more matches to go in this round robin. And well done to Matt Torchier, the man from Thunder Bay. He's got a good win on his belt, and we'll step aside for a few short moments and come back with another great match. Hopefully it's a bit more lively. Hopefully some more high breaks can come about of that. But we thank you for tuning in all day long. It's David Burney in the booth. It's the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship live here at La Bande de Coin in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. See you soon.
Let's see how long we can make one frame.
Whatever you say, Frodo.
At least a few balls went in the first game. That's how they teach you before. Yeah. But I left. I moved away as a young man, first to play snooker down in Toronto area, but then I gave up and went back to school. And then I ended up moving to the States for master's in Washington. And I stayed in the States and worked. You know what I find? After I got married and had my first child, I started looking back to Canada. In some ways, my not to get older and just right on the first job.
Tu l'as.
Les scores sont pas corrects.
Où ça?
Les scores, la table au fond, elle est pas correcte. Les résultats.
Faut-tu que je les change?
Ben non, tu peux pas échanger.
Il est où, là?
Il faut qu'ils viennent arranger parce que je suis pas capable d'accéder à les tableaux de bord.
Ah, OK. Veux-tu que je t'aille? Pourquoi tu ris?
Non, enlève pas ça, là.
Non, enlève pas ça. Je fais des essais.
Ouais.
Le tableau, c'est quoi ici?
Ah, il est ici. OK. OK, attends un peu. Mets-les en gros, comme ça. OK.
Tu veux savoir
Là,
quelque chose?
là, clique sur chaque tableau, tu fais refresh. OK, là, clique. OK, fais refresh en bas. Exactement. Parfait. Là, tu fais ça pour chaque tableau. Oui, vas-y. Flèche, clique, refresh. Ben, c'est ça. Toute la gueule. En tout cas, on peut jouer dans le gang. Nous autres,
Quoi? Les îles? Où ça?
à 9. Ah non, c'est à 3 des affaires.
Ah, puis ils se rafraîchissent tout en...
Ouais. Fait que là, en 15.
Puis là, c'est tout? On laisse ça de même?
Là, après, non. Après, il faut. Comment ça marche?
Qu'est-ce que je fais, là?
Là, tu fais juste faire lui ici. OK? Puis là, attends un petit peu.
Qu'est-ce que je fais?
Attends, parce qu'il faut aller chercher l'autre page. Attends,
Dis-moi lui, je vais le faire.
Ben non, mais.
Ça, mais ça.
Ah, c'est ça, le petit. OK. Là, tu peux faire.
Mais là, ils sont pas rendus.
Eux, c'est pas grave, ils vont arriver.
Je fais ça, là, full
C'est
screen.
ça.
Un délai de description.
OK. OK. Fait que là, j'ai fait ça. C'est moi, je l'ai trouvé.
Ben oui, non, c'est vrai. C'est parce que je t'ai rendu dans ton bloc-notes. Je ne pas à bonne place.
Mais je te comprends d'avoir de paniquer quand tu me vois m'asseoir avec la souris.
Oui. Oui, c'est un peu comme ça.
Mais je suis pas sans dessin, tu sais, chez lui. C'est ça, c'est ensemble.
On va peut-être vendre moins de moitié-moitié.
Ah ouais? Toi, t'as parlé avec eux? Ça, c'est tout?
Ah, il parle en portugais, lui.
Oui.
Lui, c'est parfait, là.
Ah, no habla español.
Non, mais il parle pas espagnol, il parle
Habla
portugais.
español, portugués.
C'est ça. Ouais, mais eux autres, ils parlent anglais. Ouais, mais eux autres, ils parlent anglais. Eux autres, c'est anglophone. Eux autres, c'est français.
I don't speak English too.
Bon, ben, toi, ma chérie, il va falloir que tu la rendes 10 $. Faut te payer ça
job. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we just like I wish we could get the quality of the lighting a bit better. Sorry, I have a massive headache today, so I'll be pretty slow. But yeah, like we need to standardize on the lighting because I think this is the best we can do with the lighting we have. No, no, it's impossible, right? So many tables. I mean, wondering if there's any like artificial way in which we can enhance that. So that's something I need to research a little bit. I think we have a lot of steps forward. It's just it's true. Yeah, exactly. Thanks. I need a long with my head, but that's a separate story. I'll give her a call. I know. I just give you a Luma. I don't know where that goes, but most likely will be yeah.
President of PABSA doesn't it's a strong president of PABSA. He's originating
Exactly. That's the whole idea. That's the whole idea. It's like kind of keep it fresh, and get more people anywhere, and get more local people involved. Yes. That's the important thing. Exactly. French. How do you go?
yeah, well, yesterday.
That's easy. Just click on. You can.
I just went. Actually,
Yes.
I did. So the thing is, I actually went and had a subway. Yeah. Because I thought I need to change something. But you want to go do a cappuccino or something?
Yes. Next week. Like I was saying, it's like when I want to know. Yeah. Oh yes. I just played Framework. Gradually,
schedule was totally wrong. So all the things that were totally wrong. So I had to match the crowd. Thank you for pointing out. I didn't know. See that my schedule was nothing like the clouds. It was only correct.
So that that's my life.
So I look at it, correct communication, but it was nothing like the clouds. Yeah, that's fine. They don't bring it over. No, but you want to the press and match? No. chance. No, you play it 3 months. Yes, you. No, I sometimes you're right. No, my schedule on the cloud has never changed. Saturday. Changed Saturday morning. Everything changed Saturday morning. Yeah, no, it all changed Saturday. It all changed Saturday. Friday night. Super there.
Lay down.
Doesn't want to play right now. He just finished his match.
Oh, okay, no problem.
One frame for firm. One frame for firm.
Yeah. It's all good, man. It's all good. Hey?
You're arguing at 3.
Yeah.
You're out 4.
All good.
I know he's here. I saw him.
Who?
There he is.
Oh.
Excuse me.
This is the first one. But you're coming at least to the national international, right?
Yes. 30 seconds.
Il en parlait. Regarde, à cette heure, regarde les quelques années, c'était dans une trappe de sable. Il y avait eu un ouragan dans la veille. Moi, ça m'est déjà arrivé. J'ai les pieds de sable. C'était à tout. J'ai frappé avec la main.
I think that's too hot. Both things were in but it's much faster than my stuff. It's too hot, so it's that's why it smells. I get that smell. It's a smell of burning. So it's supposed to be spits out. I recognize it's funny. I will. With some patient, I have to take everywhere. This is swollen here. It gives up. I got a frame of paste it in Word or in Excel. What's it for? And Jeff Kennedy, I don't know you know him. He's a buddy of Chuck Brown. Yeah, I got a tough record. At least it's not single elimination. I got to play a bunch of matches. I know I might not win, but I can that's an experience. It's a blessing. It's a experience. Are you an Airbnb again? I'm giving up Airbnb. I looked at some, but how the prices are the same hotel. They're not that much cheaper anymore. With all the fees, whatever fee, this fee, that fee, that's still $100 a night. You know, might as well stay in a place with a hot tub and a pool, right? That's cheaper $1,000 a night. So they got now.
Now, so we got over the table. No, my God. And I know why, but it's too late. I know why, but it's too late. It's on my hard drive at home. I didn't copy the updates to my laptop.
Oh well. Wife? Yeah, take a drive. Call a friend. Yeah, for Ziegler. They're close to power. That's it. And then I'm done for the seniors. Unless I make it out of my group. Seems unlikely. My open bracket seems a bit easier. I'm trying to grab I like Charlie. I played him
Now it's wrong again.
Some of his early work was groundbreaking. Yeah, like Lift. The Fourth Man, Amsterdam. So his early work is very interesting. Even for Dutch cinema. So the Lift is about a excellent beauty of promoting a lift, a computer that's artificial intelligence and becomes self-aware, so it's killing people. So it's an elevated car that kills people. Yeah, so be afraid of AI. and AI controlling the elevators. But it's like 30 years ago. Yeah, discovered some of Rutger Hauer that I hadn't seen before. He made a bunch of obviously it was bigger than that. US for like a bunch more movies that never normally it's small because they put it back in the cinemas. Rutger Hauer. I don't know how you pronounce it. I don't know how you pronounce it. You know what I'm talking about?
Blade Runner?
Yeah, but yeah, exactly.
He was in
Yeah,
that whole like kind of gambling guy.
so he's a famous actor, so movies usually go from actors to guys who make movies and then bring it back to the movies. Cinemas there. Some places were I've never seen before. So I'm enjoying that, watching catching up to some 80s movies. I think 80s was so best decade for movies.
90s might have been really good.
I don't know, Back to the Future.
Yeah, true.
That's the original story. Yeah, 96. Judge Dredd. Yeah, certainly. It's funny that you mentioned years ago, Japan. There was a cartoon called Red Riding Hood. It's from the perspective of the wolf. Very interesting. Looking at the Batman. Yeah, exactly. Or it's The Last of Us 2, right? I don't know if you've heard about that.
I've heard about it. There's actually the second season.
Yeah, you see all of a sudden, you've been murdering everybody in the first season. So from that perspective, you're the bad guy, right?
Very big.
C'est pour ça que je veux
La journée qui va you even things like
Yeah. They're not particularly good movies, when I was in grad school in Richmond, we had a French film festival every year. A week-long French films, all in like Richmond. Absolutely spectacular. Films that you don't normally see. It's all subtitled, some even subtitled. Yeah, so you get exposed. Okay. Here's a movie for you. My absolute favorite French movie. The opposite of that. Translates to Strange Gardens. snooker related. Jonathan Haas, the head of referees for snooker, right? Is he still?
Like, he
I thought he was stuck on retirement. Sorry. He knows. Is Jonathan Haas still a referee? He is still because we can talk about retirement. Yes. Ziegler.
No, I haven't seen him. I've got the right people take out of it.
Kevin, Wilson right now.
Oh. Second.
Second.
Yeah, they lost on it, but I did you just play on the second one? Yeah, they go to the fourth one. Oh, it's 40 now. Okay. Now I understand.
Oh, really? Never been to Rotterdam. Was that hosted in the IMAX? Or was that hosted in the Red Room? Oh, really? Yeah, Rotterdam, Toronto, I will love them. I find Rotterdam, Toronto very similar vibe. And then actually, Ottawa, London, also because it's part of the board. But yeah, you've been to Toronto many times, I'm sure.
Yeah, I grew up just outside of Toronto.
Oh, yeah. Just like Rotterdam. So if you've been to Rotterdam, you'll love Toronto. I haven't been to Vancouver yet, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Just Vancouver building circles. If you get stuck on the wrong street, you can go forever.
They're over on the fourth table. He's already there.
It started Them's the Amsterdam, right?
Boyd.
There's Amsterdam, Amsterdam, which is Amsterdam, and then build circles around it.
Yeah. You just got
If
off
you get stuck in a circle, then you might not go anywhere. So look for the spokes instead of Amsterdam. So if you're doing the spoke, then you're okay. Don't go in the circle. But it's nice to walk in.
Yep.
I'm sure Vancouver is.
Downtown board, and then
It's the bridge,
kind of like downtown London, dense, but then you go out and it's like Toronto as well, really big downtown.
You're just sitting here talking about it.
You still working on a match?
Oh, you. For you.
I'm here. I haven't moved. The floor's here.
No, you just went lunch.
Okay.
Right?
No, I haven't left yet. I've been standing right there talking to this guy, talking about Rotterdam.
I'm looking everywhere for you.
Alright, see ya.
Here, give me a tablet.
Are they on
So we're following the schedule that's in Glass Snooker. Is that predominantly what we're not following the schedule? Oh, okay. Okay. So my match is tomorrow at 11, so it'll be at 11. Okay, okay.
Front table. Or do you want? Second table. Second table. No, not a TV day. Next one. No, you don't play. Just I keep getting delayed for a second. I've done them so long, I can do them pretty quickly. Got to update the schedule. I only did 3:30. I'll do 5 hours. 3:30. we're ahead.
Oh. Famous last words.
So, Lily, do you want to play now?
Yep.
Okay.
Where is
Probably third table over. The far side, number 18.
Let's refresh before we leave.
C'était combien de caméras?
4.
4. Fait que quand tu joues, il va falloir que tu mets ça refresh, c'est ça?
Ben,
Parce que tout à l'heure, je voyais des matchs, je voyais plus rien.
non, parce que les scores, quand je fais sur refresh, ça dure pour 1 heure. Quand pendant que je joue, on appelle une couple de fois le faire pendant que moi je joue. Le reste du temps, ça marche avec les scores. C'est correct.
C'est pas la télé, là. Tu sais, il y avait des joueurs qui étaient partis.
Non, c'est ça, c'est parce que ben, c'est arrivé, c'est ça, il y a du monde, ils font leur match, puis ils enlèvent d'autres joueurs, tu parles pas encore. Le score reste là, t'as sûrement le prochain groupe à aller voir. C'est pour ça que c'est pas un bug. He was sitting right there.
Yeah, I saw him literally before I left. I just messaged them.
He's in there too, both of them.
Who? Sridhar. Well, you lost one last night. Yeah. Has been slow. Slow. How? Any secret camera? Fine, maybe. Some kid probably stole it. Oh, they can bring it home. They don't. What? They don't have password. They let it in no time. Some kid probably play it, they see it, they just take it home. That's the only thing it could be. Unless it's hiding under the table. I don't think so. Yes. So like Rob's doing that table, right? He's still, I'm assuming, doing the same table. Yeah. That
Over
one.
there?
Yeah. That's what I'm assuming. But anyway.
So, yeah, you just gotta type in this match ID. No worries. Yeah, I assume that's what he's doing.
Pardon?
Anything else?
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, right. I was also going to say like, you want someone to coordinate some interview or something with you at some point? Yeah? Like maybe from tomorrow or something? Okay. Yeah.
good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. Got an exciting match on tap here. Wee Gao, also known as Carter, Canadian national champion right now, taking on one of the PABSA members, Seth. He's won the toss. He's elected to break off. Here we go. Frame one, a best of three. Definitely saw a little bit of Carter yesterday when we were on a little bit of a break. And once he gets in stroke, he is tough to beat. And definitely a Canadian national champion. We are here at La Bande de Coin in Saint Lambert, Quebec. And you can find us on the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association YouTube page. It's David Burney in the booth. Happy that you're joining us. It's day two of the senior side. A lot of moving today. A few players are unfortunately going to go home, as tomorrow we'll start the knockout side. This is round robin matches. We've seen a little bit of Amit, on the paper. Obviously, definitely he's going to be the underdog, but you never know in this game. A little bit of momentum turns one way, player starts feeling it, another player starts struggling. Carter actually owns Master Q in the Markham area, just outside of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I believe he's putting on a pretty big tournament at the end of the month. I'm not sure if there's still entry available for that, but just do a quick Google search of Master Q Billiards, and maybe there's a sign-up sheet there. I haven't investigated, but while you're out there, there's the details. Definitely. Carter's going to have to take a good look at this, just make sure that no other red is rubbed with that cue. Carter's got a blind cut with this red by the black. He'll lose a little control of the cue ball, probably going to shoot up quite deep into the bulk area. Both players have got a match in today, so they should be good and warm, good and loose. If Carter actually was on the TV table yesterday, I had to take a little lunch break. And I'm just getting a little distraction from the crowd. It is quite respectful. Busy room here. So obviously tough, a lot of these tournaments just with time and obviously resources and finances. We come to these rooms that have these tables because they're there. It's quite a price to set them up and recloth them and tear them down just for events. And right now we just don't have the finances to do it. I think we were quite spoiled last year in Rio, as we were at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. And they put up 7 great Jokari tables. That's the national brand down there of snooker tables. And it was just a really... if that black could be costly there for Carter. Yeah, just spoiled rotten down there in Rio, that's for sure. but hopefully up here on the northern part of the Americas, in time, we can find venues and sponsorship to have that kind of professional feel. Because then when we're in the room when that happens, everybody knows it's snooker and all business. There's no distractions of paying customers on the pool table. Carter's got an opportunity to take this red beside the pack down into the yellow pocket and draw back for the black. Rattle a couple horns of the yellow and green pocket, but couldn't find the base. Got a shape on the black, but there's always two parts to every shot in the game of snooker. Early stages, not missing by much, Carter. I think as the match grows a little longer, he'll definitely find his way. He's got to realize this and know his opponent, national champion, maybe just not finding the form early on. He needs to jump on this situation. Hopefully don't give Carter any easy to start. But if he can find an opening, if Amit can find an opening, he'll exploit it and make a high break.
You can go whenever we have an open table.
Okay, yeah, let me know. I know.
Okay.
Fine.
Just let me know where you are. I know where your opponent is.
Okay.
Let's nestle into that bunch there. So, an error there by Carter. This is a great opportunity for Amit. Does look like that blue will pass that red near the right middle pocket. That's a shot he'd like to have again. Can he get past this red for the potting angle on the pink? It doesn't look like it. Just looking for his case to get the little mini butt. He's got all the accessories in it. He's been wearing eyeglasses for a long time. He's wearing those snooker glasses. once he came to fame by Dennis Taylor. Actually, Jack Carnum, great snooker commentator, was the one that designed him for Dennis. Jack, who probably had one of the best lines in commentary of a good luck mate for Cliff Thorburn when he was on the final black for his 147 at the Crucible Theater. So this first frame just getting a little bit to get going. Rather defensive. Amit did have the early opportunity to jump in and score heavily. Unfortunately faltered a little bit. Ran a bit too much. As the red covered his angle to pot the pink. Containing safety there. This might be the chance for Carter. Just taking a look, see if he can get by that brown for the red into the right middle. That's close, but there's another one with a thinner cut. I've alluded to before, it's always fascinating the different techniques that the players have. You look at Carter, he kind of feathers just a little bit and really keeps his cue at the cue ball for a delayed period of time and then draws it back and dries it through.
Actually, it's right on the schedule. I'll show you right now where it is. Okay.
So Matt's just wanting the cue ball cleaned.
Right here, the last match is at 12:30. You're right. Oh, yeah, okay. Then you can be able to get it, try to take it easy. Maybe 3 out of 5
Amit's making Carter do some work. He's taking him to the car wash. How many more balls are just going to be cleaned here? It's always nice to have a referee there. That's one of their duties. Sometimes when those balls get dirty, just a bad contact can happen. Red has come back for a chance for Carter. He's going to have to definitely use the rest here. He may be a little small in stature, height-wise, but he's definitely tall and overpowering with technique. He's one of those players that just makes it look easy and effortless. have some concentration. It's a little bit more trickier, obviously, when you're using the rest. But with these 6x12 tables, you got to be comfortable with all tools that are underneath, whether it be the rest, the spider, or even the elegant swan rest that can be used from time to time. So it's got to realize that Carter's just struggling just to find a little bit of form, just can't find the bottom of the pocket. He's going to pounce on these situations. You don't want to poke the bear, because once he gets going, you're probably going to be sitting for quite a while. Just as we say that, he breaks down on that black. It's got another chance. It's really got to capitalize on this. Obviously, yeah, black's in a little tough spot there. Both players just struggling a little bit in this first frame. Don't expect Carter to be missing too much in the near future. Carter caught an opportunity here. This red could, and definitely looks like it goes past the green. Carter surely believes it does. He's got down very quick. Just popping up as there's a little distraction.
We should get on the table now.
It's opening things up. Well, Carter's not going to be missing all the time, so Amit did have his chances. Might be sitting for a bit here.
Fucking unbelievable.
Sometimes it's just nice to sit back and watch a master at work.
You're on the table and now you go for break.
Levi Myler has a break of 70. That might be the high run so far. Just got to be mindful of queuing over those reds. The right cushion.
I'm making bad decisions. I'm missing. I don't think I can stand for over an hour. Maybe that's why you can't extend it for one. Exactly. It's not cooperating. I hope so. I hope you're right.
Oh, just broke down on that red. But a nice little 30 break, but it's given now Amat a chance. I wanted to come up just a bit more, just leaving this black slightly blind. But reds are open. There is an opportunity. We saw what happened in our last televised match. It was the pink that went by that corner pocket, but it looks like Carter has a relatively easy starter. Just missed it. Must have jinxed him. Close. It's got distance obviously between red ball, but if he just had a fraction less of pace, I would put Carter behind that green. Who does wonderful work with the PABSA organization, part of the board over there. Really instrumental in getting snooker going in the Americas. Yeah, this red, those two reds in the middle of the table, the one that the cue ball is closest to, does it pass red by the brown? It doesn't look like it.
Oh yeah, they will.
It's tight. Just kind of take a look from my vantage point, negotiating a big beam in the room. I don't think either of these reds will pass into the green pocket. Oh, it actually does. Good eye there. Card might have just better eyesight than I am. He's down on the table with the best sighting. It's a lot of the time in this whole tournament so far. These top-notch players, Carter, for instance, Vito Poopolo, Fabiano, all have great resumes. But just in that first frame in these best of threes, they just kind of falter a little bit. They do become victorious, but you think they'd be handling the frames much more easily, or all the balls are spinning around there. So he's gifted a little chance for Amit to take that in the side. Maybe just a little pacey. Just in between. He's more always thinking about that green. However, he possibly could just delicately roll this yellow in its own pocket. But I got to be sure of it, obviously, because if it rattles in the jaws, he's going to leave this red on for Carter that he's queuing by. The cushion first. Yeah. Tough thing that can happen. On those shots, when your object ball is close to the cushion, don't want it to hit the cushion before the jaws of the pocket, or it's not going to go in. Definitely not on these Rasson tables. They're quite tight pockets. Maybe some of the other tables in the room are a bit more open, but most of the time when you hit that cushion before that shot, the ball's not going to fall in. now he's starting to feel things. So they're a bit tough over there. There's 3 reds.
The first one's a foul, and then there's 3.
No. First of the foul and a miss.
Yeah.
Foul and a miss. Foul and a miss. Foul. The fourth attempt, it can't be called a miss. That's all. So normally 12. Normally 12. But if they take 16, it could be 16. Not going to be 16.
The option there. Definitely tricky red going down the table into the top right. Looks like there is a pathway for this middle red into the top left corner. Done for a bit more pace. Great long yellow there. You can't think he's going for the right. Yeah, just playing safe, getting a good cue ball. So 36 points in it, 43 on the table. Not at the Snookers required stage just yet. Great round robin match here on day 2. It's a best of 3. We're still in the first frame with Wigao, also known as Carter, taking on Seth. Both these players heavily involved in behind the scenes. Carter runs Master Q up in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And Amit does many, many wonderful things with the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association. Black was going to put us in Snookers required stage. You can get by this brown. There's the potting angle to drop the red into the top left. Then we'll have the black on as well. Need the snooker, and he's got one right there. So the difference is 39 with 35 on the table. He's looking to get maybe nestled up in that black. A great landing area if he can get there. Oh, the idea was there. The pace just came up a little short. Left a long pot for Carter. Tough because he's got to put his hand on the cushion. Got that final red ball safe. Almost had the snooker behind the green. Went back in. You can see he just came up furious. Because the brown covered that path. So 39 in it right now. Carter's able to take that red. It's going to put a difference of 40 with 27 on, so that'd be an automatic concession. Ahmet would need more than 3 snookers to win. Just wonder if Carter's taking a look at the scoreboard and remembers that little ruling that we have in the seniors event here.
You got a few seconds to talk about Tuesday refereeing clinic. What time do you want to start? Okay. Oh, you don't know yet. Okay.
But might use you anyway. We might be resting on Tuesday.
Okay. I'm planning on trip to Quebec at some point. So that was the question why I'm trying to figure out when.
Because you only have 2 referees.
You only got 2 referees? Okay.
And so it depends who's going through. And I know you're going to be coming. I've seen you do it.
Yeah.
So we're short because the guy who was supposed to referee.
Obviously, will not go back if Ahmet is to miss here, as we are in the Snookers required stage.
I gotta go back, so I can go back tomorrow after my match. I played at 11 tomorrow. That's my last match for the seniors.
Good hits.
Sorry?
Elimination round. Are you saying you're not in the elimination?
I
That's
think
all,
the
you know, if we can start at 11, get home at 12,
yellow and pink
I can maybe go back in a couple hours.
might hinder the potty nagle. He might have to put a little side to
Okay, so I probably
swerve around to feel it. Oh, great pot there. So obviously this is going to be a concession, but the proper etiquette there. Let the player play on until their break is done. Interesting having a good conversation with Ernst Besmeer, the Flying Dutchman from Houston. We're talking about it's interesting how there's always etiquette in these games. The game of snooker, game of golf, there's etiquette. But it's never really written anywhere. Why don't we just put that in as part of the rules of obviously a color ball must be hit after a red. Why don't we put you should also not stand in the line of the shot of your opponents.
So if you need me to ref on Monday, then I'm not going to go back tomorrow, right?
So that is a concession there. Carter taking a look. Ahmet's doing the adding there. So Carter, Canadian national champion of 2024, takes that first frame by a scoreline of 59-11, and will step aside and come back with frame 2. back here. Frame 2. Very interesting break there by Carter. Don't really expect that from a Canadian national champion. Expect them to kind of flick off the pack, not disturb too many reds, come safely back into the bulk area and hopefully hide behind one of the family colors.
Yeah, we've known Jill a long time.
He doesn't move when he shot though. Okay. Including all the motion.
Maybe just a little pacey.
Yeah, that's the one that I was looking for.
I would have liked to stay in the bulk area there, Carter. So there is an open red.
I color which one's
Looks
mine,
like
and then
I'll get you one before the open.
might just be playing safe here.
I just wanted to know because my next match is at 9:30.
As we like to say, getting that DeLorean, Amit, and go back in time because he didn't like that shot. Redo that, get a mulligan, Control Z, whatever you want to call it.
Just after 4, right? We're starting with 5 o'clock.
Just don't know if Carter can
Then I shouldn't go home then. Just hang around.
make the draw back for the blue.
If you find an appointment.
Got some zip into it and pulled up all right. Got a good angle on the brown to come back down table. Some good open reds down there.
When does Fabio play that?
That's how we catch up.
Take a good shot off this brown to come back and be on a red to continue the break going.
I will see you again at 11-ish tomorrow morning.
But it doesn't go.
Well, he's thinking he has to play 5, so, he just
Fortunate enough. Still have to tell him if he's left anything on. Might be a. No, there's no plant there, so he's just got to skim off these 2 reds right near the pink ball. Come back into the bulk.
I played him in Toronto before. Beat me 2-1. That's still got frames there.
Good weight there. Got close to the ball cushion, not tight. Got a little safety exchange here. Bit thick there. Didn't really leave an easy opener, but Carter wanted to be further up table into the bulk area. Then, conhecer. Boa tarde. Nice to see some of our friends in Brazil. My Portuguese is limited. Great that you're tuning in, and hopefully you're enjoying this match. You're watching the Canadian national champion at the table right now take on Amit Seth, one of the members of the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association team. Also have other matches going on table 2 and 3. Probably links on the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association page. Fortunately, those don't have commentary. And our good friend Rob Richards with the OBSA is streaming table number 4. And we're at Le Bando Coin in Saint Lambert, Quebec. It's day 2 of the seniors side of the tournament. It will conclude on Tuesday, then following right after on Wednesday to Sunday for the Open Championship. And if you're in the neighborhood, pop by and say hello. Admission's free, drinks are cool, food is warm. Hospitality here is phenomenal. Great staff, really making all of us that have traveled near and far feel like we're in our own backyard. So nice little opportunity here for Amit.
Yeah, a whole bunch of Canadian shit up there. There's money to be won there. Well, it sounds like I really give up from Quebec. I want to become a referee.
Does look like this red just atop the red black does go.
Alex Higgins or normal players? I think refereeing Alex Higgins is going to be a job, right?
Oh, it was a nice little cute shot there. So he developed the black nicely, but this could be really costly. You don't want to give an easy chance for Carter. You want to make him earn his stripes. Give him a tough red to start.
Yeah. No, it was a young kid.
Ooh. And that's going to be lucky.
The one I ref that he lost to a young kid
He's
from
not going to be
just maybe
at the table for a while now.
age-wise.
It's always nice to, when you lose to an opponent and you played your best, just what can you do? You came against a better player. When you make continuously unforced errors, gifting your opponent easy chances, that's when it really does a number on the old brain box.
Yeah, that's it. Maybe open. Maybe I ref seniors. No, it couldn't have been. This is a young guy.
Nice pot, had an element of safety, as you can see. It's coming back to bulk.
I meant only open, right? That's why I thrown it.
Maybe that was the year before that.
Was that Toronto too?
Well, it was the Snookers that I played. I didn't play that wasn't the Open. Oh, I know. Amar. Now I remember.
Okay.
It was Amar in the finals with Annette. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what you refereed. That was for Q school. That was a tour card. That was for tour card.
Okay, that was just the quarters that I wrote.
That was for the tour card.
Okay.
He lost to Amar. Young guy.
Okay. Yes, it's there.
This is a frame Amit needs to take to push us into a decider.
Well, at least from what I hear, they're paying 20 grand for anybody.
Match wins are so crucial to win.
Still not being able to live.
Well, the top 3 of each group will be moving on. Raises his hand to acknowledge
Well, you gotta
it's a fluke.
you gotta work at McDonald's or a bar or someplace, right? You gotta make extra. You're not gonna make
Yeah, we'll find out who's moving on at the end of today. Top 3 will be in the knockout phase. Second and third ranked players from each group will be battling it out, as the number 1 seed of each group does get a bye
You want the card if you
in the knockout.
or you want to play in the Crucible? You want to play? I'm gonna just a mess. Play, right?
I've never been there before.
Oh, I went this year. That's sort of I went to the seniors this year. $20 for a ticket. Not bad. $20. Pounds.
To watch it.
Yeah. And the audience is like only 100 people in the audience, so you get to sit front row.
For the
the World Championships doing so well, the seniors have to be. Really? Yeah. So we just, playing to Heathrow and then train to Sheffield. You can do it. Recommend it. At least you've been once. Get off your list, right?
I was there once before. I was in Wales once before.
But you haven't been to Sheffield, you haven't been to the Crucible.
No, I haven't been to the Crucible.
As a snooker player, you gotta go to the Crucible at least once before they move it.
I went there to play the World 9-ball
Oh, really?
in Wales. I got to meet Steve Davis. I went over there for dinner.
Did he play or did he just
He played.
Oh, he played, okay.
Yeah, he played 2001.
Oh, he's already hung up the snooker ski, right? He was doing it for fun.
Pretty good player that he beat.
He's going to need a good recovery shot here to continue the break going. Maybe just dribble this red that's close to the top right corner.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't hop over. Well, I guess it wasn't the wrong time of year. But do you see anything? Any snooker over there? Like Alexander Palace or any of those tournaments?
I signed up one year to go play all the events, but I didn't go. I took a job instead. Back in the
Actually
day.
make some money, yeah. Huh?
Back in 1991.
It's a tough shot.
I bought a ticket.
He had to hit it with a little pace because he didn't want it just to rattle in the jaws and just sit there. But the unfortunate part is this red to the left of the black is potable for Carter. And there's a bit of space between cushion and cue ball, so Carter can kind of dig down a little bit and stun up for the blue.
I got to play with Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Oh, did you?
Same tournament, 91.
Oh, when he was a kid.
15.
Oh, was it amateurs or?
World amateurs.
No.
Bangkok. That's where we were there for 3 weeks. Well, I got to play them 3 hours.
Oh, excellent.
That was
See if Ahmed can capitalize on that mistake by Carter. He's got an easy opener. Just needs a delicate little screw back. Really got into it. Got the blue on the right side, so the natural angle is going to take him back down the table. He probably would have hoped to just delicately screw back to be on the pink.
Okay. The concentration kicks in. Oh, really? Damn. All right, Kevin, I'm out. I will see you at 11. Well, I'll see you before 11. So you don't know about reffing yet? If you need me or not.
I will figure it out probably by today.
Okay. So we can talk tomorrow. All right. Good night.
Does he come off enough for that black? Probably not. Probably just going to skim off the pink and come back down into the bulk area. A really easy color to keep going. Long green. So many possibilities that it could go wrong, and it did. So Seth with a 22-4 advantage in the second frame. Frame he needs to win. Force us into a decider. And sometimes all bets are off. Player that capitalizes on the mistakes and get the more chances could be victorious. Nice safe shot there by Amit. That cue ball very close to the bulk cushion.
And a way to run.
And do it in style.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right.
Well, it's got a long red here, and the black is open. So just kind of steadying his nerves.
Who do you play, Eddie? January.
All the Brazilians, they're all out for
You're fine? If he was here, he'd play right now. I know what you're thinking. What do you mean? You should be going. We're relaxing. That's why we play at 9:30. I know, you gotta wait for that.
He won't be waiting till 9:30. Yeah, they'll be early.
Well, you can't make them. Roger and Kennedy come back. Hey, Jeff. Roger played.
Yeah, but it's not that bad. They play at 6:30. We play at 9. It's 8 o'clock now. 8 o'clock match.
So I know, but they play at 6:30.
All of the matches are one
Maybe
match.
a little tit for tat here. Carter trying to glance off these reds, put them onto the top cushion.
Some people.
I'd like that to run it just a little bit longer or be tight to that cushion. So a hair of an opportunity here for Amit.
Put you on the table. There you go. You want to just start on the far table then?
What? I'm ready. Far table. Which one you want me on? Any one you want?
No, they're all busy. There's only one open
Right
table.
there.
Yeah.
Two tables.
That table's good right there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're ready to go? Send them.
Yeah, send them on. You play against? No.
I think he gave it just enough pace that he didn't leave it there. He's got a long red into the yellow pocket. Oh, what a sweet sound that is. Almost got two for the price of one. I don't think the pink is going to go. Does it go past this blue? Looks pretty close on our monitor. Just looking live out of our booth here. Looks like there's a little bit of space and he's getting down, so he definitely believes it's there. Even better, he had a chance for the blue. That's kind of opened things up. Can he get back into this frame? Carter's trailing, but he's at the table. I think Matt's got to be sweating a little bit. Run enough that cue ball's gone past the pink. Obviously he has the saving grace of this red. It looks like he's going to take on just over the right middle pocket. cannon into the red. Good recovery on that yellow. Definitely was tricky. Put him back in the right position for this red, the middle one of the three. That's what happens with these great players. You give them one sniff of hope, and they take it full-blooded. Oh my. He and Amit and I think everybody else here in the room thought that red was going to drop. These middle pockets on the TV table, they spit out a lot more balls than we're expected to see. Obviously on a pool table they're cut a little differently, more generous on a snooker table as it's kind of a wide opening, as the pool table has those harsh 90-degree cuts on the middle pockets. Carter was able to get back into the frame. A nice little break. Leads 25-22. 51 points on the table. Still anyone's frame. Carter like to get this one done and dusted. Moved on, but Amit's doing his best to push us into a decider. Left the mat. Couple of chances. Thin slice here for Carter. He's able to pull through. Oh, just overcut it. And he's left it sitting there for Amit. Take this blue and come off the top cushion to be on that red by the pink. Used all the pocket there, but found the bottom. That pink is a bit straight on there for Ahmet. He's just looking for a little bit of an angle. Come back up table. So we might just go to the scoreboard. Maybe there is an angle on this pink. Or maybe just putting all his concentration on it. Knows that he'll still be at the table. Yeah, just playing for points there. Not a bad idea. And great Canadian Finn snooker legend Cliff Thorburn always says, if you're going to miss on the red. Don't miss on a color. Looks like he's got the snooker there. So a nice little 13 to retain the lead. 35-25. Frame 2. Round robin match between Carter, Weigao, and Ahmet Seth. It's rather safe there too. Looks like there could be a little gap here. At least to hit it. Might even have a little opening to slice it in. What a shot this is going to be. Oh, coming off the cushion first, knocking the red ball down table. Almost just found the top right corner pocket. It's an opening, little mistake there. Traveling a long distance from object to cue ball. And then object ball into the pocket. So Ahmet just waiting for the adjacent table. That's Ahmet Karki.
I should know he was in my first play.
Russ and hey,
I'm a 6 foot.
Russ and
Try to cut this back into the right middle. Just looking for that landing area, the black and yellow. Carter might have tried cross double there. No. Just went full blooded, trying to get the pot. And this has popped out just enough to give a chance for Ahmet. He's looking at the angle. Maybe Carter's just kind of baited him into this shot. It's definitely 11 feet, 8 inches of shot here. Definitely going all out. Why there's a raise of hand there. Looks like Carter's going to come off the cushion, try and get near that black. Definitely had the line, just the pace. He raises his hand because I think he has got the snooker behind the blue. There you go. So, exchange of snookers here, or flukes, I should say. Snookers. I was getting ahead of myself there as Kevin, Patrick, and I were talking last night, and he saw a match once where players are going at it. Player lays a snooker, and the opponent comes to the table, gets out of it, and puts his opponent in a snooker. And that happened for 20 shots. Something that's absolutely unbelievable. So we had a little go there of 3 in a row flukes. But that must have been some sight to see. It's also, we talk about, it's tough getting out of snookers. Then in this stage, it's tough getting out of snookers and not leaving anything on. Really tough to get out of a snooker and then put your opponent in a snooker. And if you could imagine that battle going back and forth for 20 shots, being in that crowd would have been something. Speaking of snookers, Carter is in one right now. Definitely tough because that yellow is close to the black. Could be quite costly. He could run his cue ball into the black, and that's 77 foul points. He's done well to hit it. Only blue looks like is on its spot. So it'll definitely take some cueing if one of these players is to run out. Just looking at the green to the brown. It's definitely going to be tricky. Here. Carter was in a snooker there. Let's put a mitt in a snooker. It's quite funny how things just, when you mention it, it just happened. Sometimes with some freak ruling, it's like, that will never happen. Sure enough, the next match, it occurs. Obviously the cardinal sin, people looking and feeling the tournament's going rather smoothly. You look at the schedule, it's like, could be an early day. And sure enough, next thing you know, color ball goes over pocket, lots of reds circulate it, and then we're into a grind fest. That really brings the tournament to a slow halt. But it sounds like Kevin's quite optimistic, our tournament director, that today is going to go by a little bit more quickly than yesterday. Long day. There's our good friend Fern Loyer over on table 2 taking a shot. Trivia fact for all you fans out there. The first century I ever commentated on was done by Fern Loyer. Funny, he always wants me to commentate on all his matches for some reason, so haven't done any this week, but the week is young. be a colossal miss there. So that's 7 big points. And Carter's going to put him back. This will be the 3rd attempt coming up. This is where you see the true sportsmanship. Oh, tournament director really had an eye on this table, so he came in. Obviously, usually you want to let the players work it out, but sometimes they look at me as commentator, but I'm busy doing many things. But Kevin, and always wanted to see fair play, quickly jumped out of his seat. Okay, I'm going to let them know the black needs to be in just a little different position. And it looks like Amit is just notified that that's a free ball. So tied 36 apiece. So in a free ball situation, you cannot roll up to your nominated free ball to put your opponent in a snooker. The only time that can happen is when the pink and black are the last 2 on the table. The rules of snooker are always readily available online. Always good to know them before you go into a tournament, and also read the specifications of each tournament you enter. And sometimes they have little quirks, as this tournament is 4 attempts, 3 putbacks on a foul and a miss. And when we get to the colors, if you need more than 3 snookers to win, it's game over. Well, frame over, shall I say. Not game over. Game over would be losing 2 frames. Looks like the nap took that a little bit as it kind of rolled a bit to the left on our screen. It came to its final resting position. So this frame that looked like it was Amit's early on, things have turned. Carter put up some good breaks, laid some good snookers, and has now got the lead 40-36. It's another smart way of marking the ball. Just grab your chalk and dip your finger in a little bit, make a little mark behind the cue ball. Obviously to the unwitting snooker viewer, might look like Amit was maybe getting ready to apply some blush or something like that. And see the chalk marks can easily be cleaned up. It's just an important part of the amateur game, just marking where that cue ball is. This really helps speed up the process. That's really where matches really can slog down sometimes. You know, it wasn't more than a few years ago really that players, when they didn't have referees, they just kind of go at it, and then foul and miss would happen. They're both putting up their hands, guessing. Some would know pretty close where to be, but marking it with a coin or a little bit of chalk just gets great respot placement. This is definitely looking like a frame-winning chance. And that frame will get him the match as well. Oh, he's not able to get any of that brown and blue. So Amit lives to see another day. Oh, good chance here for Carter to come off a couple cushions and just slide behind that black. He went the other way, taking him down table. And he's got the snooker there, it looks like. Might be just a little bit of air between the cushion. So a little bit of left side. Right, did have the angle, didn't need the side. It's tough now because there's no real safe ball. So this brown just becoming more and more important as the frame grows on. Oh, we might have hit that just a bit too hard. He might be fortunate that it's straight on. But if there's a little bit of angle, Carter will be relishing at the opportunity. Yeah, there was a bit of angle. It's come up nicely for the blue. We're going to be seeing handshakes pretty soon. That's what that brown made it 13 in it with 18 on, but this blue to put us into the snookers required. And that pink is in. Oh my lord! Can you believe it? Well, he walks quite calmly back to his chair. A little wry smile there, but I believe in his mind he is just erupting with furious anger. You wouldn't know by looking at his face. He's got a little smile, but believe me, he's not happy. That's a shot Carter makes plenty of time and would have been nicely on the pink just to seal the deal. So Amit breathes another sigh of relief. But he's left a long blue on. Can't really leave these ones on for these great players. nicely done. Just want to be on the other side of that pink. He's really going to have to go around the world here because he needs all three of them. Got the blue. Needs the pink and black. Playing it soft, give him every chance to get that pink in there, and this black isn't the end of the world if he's going from one side to the other. It is definitely potable. As for frame, comes to breathe another life and put us into a decider in this round robin match. Oh, goodness gracious, no. I did hear a little bit of a can opening in the background. Don't know if that threw him off, but he was definitely down on the shot. He could have gotten up, but all the players got to know it's an active billiard room here, so they're not going to get complete silence. Carter can't pull the trigger on that one. This is where you just got to go back to basics. And Amit again. I think his sun sign is a Virgo. He's definitely looking like a neat freak one and all balls clean. But how can you blame him? Definitely wants a good contact. So you're asking tournament director and referee aficionado Kevin Patrick just to clean that black ball. He's just telling him to hold on. He's just got to grab his kit. Take this time to let you know that if you want any of the live scoring of the tables, we got looks to be about 8 tables in full force. Cloudsnooker.com. It's cloudsnooker.com. You'll find all the live scoring as it happens in real time. Oh, it's the time that these players punch the scores in. Sometimes they can be a little bit delayed, but they're actually being really good today. There's a big learning curve yesterday. Some of them are very new to the tablets, but it's great to see that they've adopted, because this definitely, I think, is the wave of the future here, as those tablets will definitely sync up for our live scoring, which is great to see. And also all match results are up there. You can take a look and see. Just look, search for the tab. There's a bunch of tournaments on Cloud Snooker, but look for the PABSA 2024 Senior Snooker Championship. And maybe while you're there, if you got a bit of time, you can definitely take a look at the Open Championship, as I believe the groups have been formed. That tournament will be starting on Wednesday, right here at La Bande de Coin in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. Interesting how Kevin said to me he wasn't going to do any referee duties, but it looks like he's got to step in. He's a man of many talents. He's definitely working really hard. It's been long days. Lots of players coming at him with many, many different questions. Black for the frame. It just misses. Oh, just hit on the wrong side. He almost was fortunate. So just got to steady your nerves, do your routine, frame, match with this black. And there it is. A little exciting at the end there, that's for sure. It almost looked like he could maybe get pulling back, but unfortunately he does not. So Carter, reigning Canadian national champion, takes that match by 2 frames to nothing. And we've got another match on our TV table in a few moments, so we'll just stand by, set that up. I might just get a little bite to eat, everybody, so I might just step away from the commentary booth and maybe just let the stream match go. But definitely once I get well nourished, I'll be back in the booth to give you play-by-play commentary of this great tournament, because I'm pretty sure you don't want me fainting in the broadcast booth. So thanks again, everybody. It's David Burney, And stand by for another exciting match of this 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship.
Now I got time to eat.
C'est l'autre, c'est pas André que tu veux voir, c'est l'autre.
full battery though. You might want to plug it back.
I might have been to like 6.5.
You guys better not go the distance. Make me delay my dinner. They will. They totally will.
You just said they better not, so they know.
Oh yeah, you know it.
Black ball game.
On all of them. Three racks each.
Do you want your OPSA shirt, huh? Downtown. We'll leave downtown. 20 minutes from I don't know where that is. Downtown.
When you're alone.
Hello again, everybody. So I'm going to delay my dinner. I'm going to be with you guys for this exciting match between Fabiano Anderson Lursen of Brazil. Definitely a favorite. It's exciting to watch, taking on the local man, Andre Waugh. So just doing a little practicing at the table before this match, but I just want to let you know. So tell all your friends out there to tune into the stream. It's going to be an exciting one coming up in a few minutes.
I'm looking on the banned substance list.
It is broadcast.
Yeah, it's broadcasting. Yeah.
Okay, because
You might have the OBSA stream on that television.
yeah,
Yeah. Go to
it's not the same.
yeah,
YouTube.
it's not as for some reason it's not as like I went to Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association on YouTube.
Okay.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. Boy, are you ready for this one. Dinner can wait for me, as this one's going to be a real exciting one. Fabio from Brazil. I'm getting excited too. Can't pronounce his name. Is taking on Andre Waugh. Fabiano from Brazil. Last year's runner-up in the Open Championship. Andre Waugh definitely got a good track record there. A lot of people really coming into the room here. Andre Waugh, a local favorite. So he's definitely got the crowd behind him. But we have a few Brazilians that have traveled up, obviously playing in the tournament. Oh. That's definitely a statement shot to begin things off. Yep, feel free to search out. Tell your friends Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association on YouTube. Check out their channel. Once you get in there, there should be some tabs with live. As we have 3 tables. This is table 1. Our other tables don't have commentary. And I am here, David Burney, providing commentary for this really exciting match. Definitely touted to be a fantastic piece of snooker action. Definitely got into that one. Be just a little adrenaline. Good afternoon and boa tarde to all. It's nice to see that we have some Portuguese friends tuning in all the way down there in Brazil. Because they're Brazilian friends, but they speak Portuguese. Don't want to misrepresent them. I think for Andre, he's really got to capitalize on a mistake if Fabiano presents one. Brazil's got quite a lot of great snooker players there. I must admit, last year, just watching the last year's senior champ, Igor Figueiredo. Just a sight to see. You can't really leave him anything, because next thing you know, he's putting up a frame-winning clearance at one visit. But that's a great long pop by Andre. Just nicely on the black. Yeah, this is what he needs to do. Keep Fabiano in his chair. And everybody in the room glued to this match. You can almost hear a pin drop. It's got very quiet. So obviously earlier on it can get rather rambunctious. Both showing that they can put some breaks together. So I just come down to the unforced errors. Oh, nice little 24 break there for Andre.
Ahead. Ahead.
Right at the bottom of that pile will go. He's got a good angle to come back for the black. And that red has opened up a few more reds. This red will clear up. I believe the red on the right of these four.
Just a second.
I just wanted a cannon to open up those reds and just missed the trick there. So, looking like it's going to be end of break for Fabiano. Just a little pacey, but still a great shot nonetheless. Obviously a little less pacey would have been terrific. Andre's head just sinks a little bit. Just needed a few more rotations to get behind that yellow. Just maybe ran on just a bit much. Blind cut, he's going to lose control of the cue ball. Thin cut. Can play it with an element of safe. A shot to nothing. It looks that black. Red just left of the black. Not going to attempt to pot. Just make sure the cue ball gets real safe. So 48 to 24. This first frame. Zooming along, and it's expected. Two great shots of the game going at it in this round robin match. Very nice retort there by Andre. These two could end up in the final. Just have to see how they knockout bracket phases out, or shows up, I should say. We're going to be facing out a few players, I mean. Moving day here on the senior side of the PABSA Snooker Championship. And Andre's electing to put him, or Andre's going to be taking the shot. Fabiano is putting him back. So both players reaching out to the crowd a little bit, getting some crowd participation. Cliff Thorben's probably going, where was that? Way back in the 80s. Nice hit there. It's a good round of applause. Did succumb 7 penalty points, but 59 on it. Yeah, on the table. 31 in it, so Andre shouldn't be too worried about that. Very nicely done. Brought that red out. And it covered the angle for both those reds.
I'll watch for a little bit. I like watching. Well, on that one, on both. But yeah, I'm ready. Who am I? See.
Wow. Look at the Quebecers. Once he raised his hand to acknowledge that was a little bit of a fluke. Came off the horn and slowly rolled right behind the brown to put Fabiano into a snooker. Fabiano's left to red for Andre in the right middle. These middle pockets have been pesky on our TV table. No, it's not commentator's curse, it's just been an observation. Didn't want to throw Andre off there, but just being eyes on this table over a day and a half of snooker, I've just noticed a few things. Seems like in all the tournaments we do, there's always that one, maybe two pockets that are just a little bit tough And in this case, it's the 2 middle bags. Just amazing cue power there. And yet, when he's down on the shot, just watch all you youngsters, beginners. The only movement is that back arm, swinging back and forth on a pendulum. So a delayed get up, he really gets through the shot. And has a delay before he rises up from his stance. Let's come out to say hello. It's not terribly hampered by the brown. He's not, doesn't fancy it. He's making it tough on Andre by pushing 2 reds to the right side, but Andre's going to break one out here. Yeah, hitting those horns on shots, it's kind of almost getting like a 0 or a double 0 in roulette. Most of the time it goes sour. There's only a few times when it can help you out. And in that case, Andre got a little bit lucky. Fabiano wasn't able to convert that long red. Try to slice that in. As he gifted an opportunity for Andre. Andre can't convert. Might have the path there. Tough to see. There's a large beam that I can't see by. Did go. Thought about it. She didn't drop. Oh, with that shot to nothing. Just behind the brown. So obviously, in these snooker situations, we've talked a lot about the ability of all these great players. That it's one thing to get out of the snooker, that's part A, but you don't want to put an easy shot on afterwards. And the unfortunate part with that last shot of Fabiano's with that red rattling in the jaw. Looks like Andre might be going to try and pot this one off a cushion. Sure, it might have been 3-4 inches off, but in the game of snooker, that's a country mile. There's going to be a game of millimeters. Having a glance at the scoreboard. This red would put us into Snookers required. So Andre just does need 2 Snookers. Not the end of the world. Obviously with reds on the table, there's always a chance of a free ball. Horn has kicked out that red into a potable position for Fabiano. But he isn't able to convert. Body language tells it all from Andre. Just disgusted with that last shot. Well, we should seal the deal on this first frame. Fabinho is strong. Oh, what a shot there. Shots are just a little bit more easier, obviously, when the frame's at your mercy, but that was a great brown to help that red. Let's see if he can take it home with a clearance. Obviously, he's got the frame. Oh, and that's it. He just breaks down on the black. So Fabinho takes that frame 79-24, leads 1 frame to 0. That's best of 3 round robin match. And for all of you that maybe were wondering about that Cliff Thorburn reference many, many years ago, back in the 80s, he was playing a match with Alex Higgins, and he had brought over an extension when they were rather pretty new. Those ones, the telescopic ones that stick onto a cue, not screw. And so he had it with him, and he was playing a shot, and he called a green. And then the referee called foul. He did not hear Cliff mention that. Alex played dumb, not hear it. Probably so loud. It's a clip on YouTube, as you can take a look. And even the crowd probably could have heard it, but the crowd's got to be quiet. It's the referee's call. So Cliff took a moment, stepped away from the auditorium, as he was quite obviously upset. And as soon as he came back, he looked at Alex and said, "You see that extension? That's mine, and you cannot use it." So that's the story I was alluding to with the crowd help with Cliff. Well, let's see if the local crowd here can get behind Andre Waugh. It's trailing 1 frame to 0 to Fabinho from Brazil. It's just great to watch Fabiano. He just comes to the table with sheer determination. It's all business when he's on the table, but seeing him off the table, he's always big smiles. Quite happy to see me as I throw a few Portuguese words his way, and he's happy to accept them. All our Brazilian friends that have traveled up. It was great to meet a lot of them last year, and I wish a few more could have maybe made the trip. But it is a pricey excursion. And that gets a round of applause from the audience. Well, touching ball awarded. wasn't a hit there. So minor adjustments. I wouldn't be surprised if Fabiano misses here. Obviously, Andre had a chance to put him back or put him back in from that spot or shoot from that area. You might be regret it, but sometimes you kind of take a look. Is it worth it? You might be able to get more points out of the foul rather than jumping back in. We really like that green just to kill the pace of the cue ball. Blue's still in a very lovely place to get behind. That red just above the black. So I think you realize that was just a brain lapse there by Andre. He wouldn't do that twice. If he did it twice, he'd be warned on the third time that it could have been a frame concession. So another little snooker here behind the blue. And Fabiano is putting Andre in a bit of trouble. He's fortunate enough that a lot of reds are still in the middle of the table from the original triangle. So a big area to hit. Obviously it's important not to leave Fabiano an easy shot. Yeah, as we get later into the evening today, a lot of these matches carry a lot of importance. Some players could be battling for survival. Obviously, cloudsnooker.com is the resource to check out. Just click on the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship on Cloud Snooker's page. You've got links to live scoring, also to all the results. You can see how all the players are faring in their groups. Who's looking good to moving on, who's on the bubble, who maybe unfortunately is going home already. So the thin cut he wants there, but he's missed. Andre just coming to update the scores before he makes any decision. Learning curve again continues with the tablets. Both players converge, and a solution has been found, and it's game on. Well, the Reds are starting to open up down table. Andre just wants to find a nice pathway back into the bulk area. Oh. Might be fortunate enough as that red has kind of blocked the path for the black into this top right corner. They're not robots, they're not AI, they are humans, and humans can miss from time to time. Well, it was really impressive first frame. Played that shot definitely with safety in mind as he drew it back to the bulk cushion. Well, it's a hit. That's it, his best hit. Not sure. And if it's straight on, he might be a little bit lucky. But there's just a little bit of angle. There's always that pink out there. There was a path, but he's not able to convert. Just a little unlucky there. Ball was halfway to freedom in the bottom of the pocket, but just decided not to drop. Problem is now pink and black are really tied up at the business end of the table, so you have to draw back. That made that pot just a little bit more difficult. A little more scrappy second frame here. Both players came out firing all the cylinders in the first frame. So a little safety battle we're in store here. Is there new fans of the game might be like, well, there's all these pockets. Why aren't they trying to pot a ball? Definitely on these 6x12 tables, it's got to cover a lot of distance. Going from one side of the table to the other. There's just a huge amount of respect that both these players have for each other. As if they take on a reckless pot, and if they're to miss, they might be sitting for quite a while, as both these players have the ability to clear up the frame in one visit.
Okay, I'll come back.
We're gonna be way ahead.
Like way ahead an hour?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll come back at 8:30. We're at 8.
Just would like to get into that brown or yellow. Definitely a lot of nice landing areas in the bulk area. Green just a little off the bulk cushion. Yellow and brown making a nice little wall. Blue over by that right cushion. Unfortunately, Andre just went on the wrong side of the blue there. But doesn't want to knock this blue in. Could have been a bit better. But set a little tap. We should be able to snooker the Brazilian. It's opened up the frame a little. It's not anything really easy. I don't know if I'm Andre, almost, the red on the left side near the green Just clip off that and be safe. A long red into the top left corner. He's got a really thin cut with this red into the green pocket. And that red just rolled a little too close to the cue ball. If he had space, he probably could have had an easier try at potting that one. Just a quick update, Charlie Brown has won his match over our good friend Rodrigo from Brazil. Obviously you can find all the live scoring on cloudsnooker.com. But everyone in here is thoroughly engrossed in our featured match right here. Fabiano won the first frame. It's a great frame of snooker. Players each had their chances, both knocking them in with authority. Swiftly moved, but now this one we kind of come into a little bit of a grind, a little bit of a stall. But there are some reds open. Black is available, so it's almost going to see who gets the first chance, as there's only 1 point in it. He's got saving grace. He's got that blue close to the yellow pocket with the pink out of commission. It's a nice tool to have that back on its spot, just in case he gets thrown out of position. And just push out to that blue, just didn't want to chance it. So this could be costly. Very nicely done. There's only really one red that he can hit. Blue is snookering him on the red on the left side of the table, and the little brown and yellow wall is blocking a path to those other 5 reds on the right side of the table. Tricky shot here because he can't put a containing safety as there's lots of reds open down at the business end. He's just gonna, if he comes off the left side, this red ball that he has out in the open, it's potential of an in-off, potential maybe running into that red that's on the left cushion. Well, there is a red out in the open. A little tricky. Has to deal with the cushion. And that's why he's just having a few more thoughts about it.
Oh, wait a minute. My mistake. Sorry.
Wow. Completely airmailed that. And found the bottom of the pocket. But only 4 points. Obviously 2 fouls are committed there. Didn't hit a red and went in off. When that happens, obviously there's just 4 points for your opponent. And obviously if he hit the black on that, it would have been a 7-point foul, as he hit the black first and then he went in off. So let's see what Andre can do with this opportunity. Oh no. Did he just get ahead of himself too much? Just, you know, took that advantage for granted. Just got to be furious with himself there. Being a fan favorite here. He's got a lot of friends in the room. Ooh, a trick missed there by Fabiano. So Andre, don't have to worry too much about that last missed red. He's back to the table rather quickly. Thankful for that little kiss on the black. Stopped all the momentum of his cue ball. Looks like he's got options. Yeah, one red is definitely open. Maybe a plant, doesn't want to do that, but also has a red on the left side. Black to the side, but it's tricky. Time these corner or middle pockets gobble it up. He's got another red to the top right corner. So it's looking promising for Andre Wall with a 33-18 lead in the second frame. Best of 3 round robin match. He's bringing out all the tools there. The Redwoods have entered the foyer. Good chance here for Andre to force us into a decider. But can't take anything for granted. Have to give every shot full concentration. And that red to the right of the black. It's not going to cover the pathway to that top right corner where this red's going to go into. Definitely thought about it a little bit, rattled in the jaws. Game is just so difficult. So to tell from our vantage point if that black has covered the path for a red. It has. So Fabiano opted to play safe and great weight on his cue ball there. Left a red open on the left side of the table. Over with Andre tight to the bolt cushion. Doesn't have a lot to work with the cue ball. Fabiano tempted by this long red. Trails by 24 points. 51 on the table. Just makes it look so easy. I have a little angle to draw on this black, disturb those reds. Tried to put some check siding on his cue ball to disturb the reds. So successful at the side. Didn't hit the reds and almost went in off. He's let the long red out for Andre. Just in that little square pattern right there. The family colors in the blue. Could be a good hiding spot for one of these players. He's hit it way too thin. He's got a path out of here, yeah. Making that the red. Just wanted a few more rotations to get the snooker. Yeah, everyone in the room on the edge of their seats. No one's looking away. Wow. What an outrageous fluke that just happened right there. Yeah, this is the kind of atmosphere we have for this match. It's just a round robin match. Wait till we come to Tuesday when the final is going on. These two could be in the final. We've seen it before, actually. All the fans that turned into the Embassy Open about a month and a half ago. Saw Renat Denka and Albert Kenny. They played in the same group, and then all of a sudden found each other in the final. And Renat was able to take that. So Albert Kenny came out strong, but Renat hung in there and battled hard. Won 4 on the spin to take it 5-3. We'll be seeing Renat in a few days' time when the Open Championship starts on Wednesday here at Le Ban de Coin. So 17 points in at 35 on the table. This is dangerous. Very well done. Yeah, just when you're putting on side and you're going that distance, just so hard to judge the right amount of side. Fabiano did a fantastic job there. Didn't want to cannon into that blue. This pink is an interesting spot. Let's see if it comes into play. He's really put the pink safe. How did that stay out? Andre's going to need the little bit extra equipment here. Reaching for his mini butt. Full extension that just gives the cue an extra 6 to 8 inches of length. Does add a little bit of weight, so you don't have to be as strong with it, as the inertia will take the ball that much quicker through.
It's too expensive. It's too
needs the brown to put us into the Snookers required stage. It's 21 in it right now, and there's 22 on the table. It's there. Blue to seal the deal, put us into a decider. So a nice little 14 break, and Fabiano reaching for the pocket to pull out those reds, and we are going to an exciting decider. So stand by, everybody. We'll be right back in a few short moments for frame three of this exciting match between Fabiano from Brazil and Andre Waugh from Quebec, Canada. And we're back, everybody. Here comes Andre Waugh breaking off this deciding frame. Pretty much knew from the onset that it looked like we were going to go to a decider. Two heavyweights right here. Nice break-off shot there by Andre. And there might be a little path for a long red.
12? Whatever the number is on it.
There was a pathway. Looks like he's going to play aggressive. Got a good angle on this brown to come down table. Definitely like to get that red away from the black, just to the right of it. Clear it up so it can go into two pockets instead of just the one. Wow, what a blue. This looks like it might be coming onto the green spot, though. Or just getting his opponent to spot it. As serious as it can get on a snooker table sometimes, these players always just like to crack each other up from time to time. You see, Andre Waugh is just seeing that Fabiano is really turning it on right now. Place the blue ball pretty much right in front of the cue ball for a snooker, but obviously the cue ball taking, obviously, the blue spot. So blue on the green. It's giving Fabiano a chance to take this. Come off a couple cushions to come back down table. just be out of luck here. Might be a red just below the pink goes through. He's got the cue power to go all around the world here. I'd like it to pull up a little bit sooner. Doesn't now look like that pink will go to the top left corner. So nice little 23 to start things off. That's the sliding frame. So left Andre with an easy opening shot. So could be in store for a little safety. Just wanted a good cue ball back in the bulk area. Andre just looking in the pack there. Maybe is there a plant on that he sees? Definitely be a shot to nothing. As it looks like he's going to come 2 cushions back into the bulk area. Opting for the containing safety, putting him tight to the top cushion. So the chess match continues. A few pawns have fallen in Andre's army as he's trailing 23-0. I wanted to get behind that yellow. Left a long red for Fabiano. These are ones that he doesn't refuse, because he usually makes them. And black's really out of commission down there. A lot of reds hanging around it. Great to hear a lot of support in the chat. Both sides getting rooted for. Got fans for Fabiano, got fans for Andre. Definitely a lot of fans in the room for Andre. Fabiano definitely has a few friends. See that miss on the safety has opened up the door here for Andre. A relatively easy starter into the right middle. Commentator's curse strikes again, and those side pockets. I've been saying it all the last 2 days. I wonder if anything will change when we hit the Open Championship, because they're definitely not being friendly to the seniors here. Might have been maybe a path there for that black, and did he just come up short? We come off the left side of this yellow and kind of sneak down by the green that's on the bulk cushion. Almost perfection there. Good effort. There's left to red into the right middle, but that's tricky, and when you start missing a few into a pocket, your confidence kind of goes away a little bit. And why take the one to the right middle when you can hammer a red into the bottom of the top left corner pocket? Certainly was definitely risky, that shot. If he's missed, he's put a red on. It's not an easy red, that's for sure. Thin cut, so he's going to lose control of the cue ball. And he isn't able to connect as it rattles in the jaws and doesn't drop. Both players must be feeling that these pockets are slowly shrinking on them as balls are not dropping at the frequency as we saw in the first frame. I think he's looking for a little kiss on that brown. The red, I mean. Just to the right of the brown, above the other red. That's close to yellow. Be mindful. It's a little awkward bridging going over that pink. Looks like a pretty straight shot here for this red in the side. Not going to allude to anything here as we know about these middle pockets. Fabiano putting that hex to shame. Let's put that in. Nice angle on the brown. I think he's got a path to the pink. Tough to tell from my vantage point. Good hard look at it. Slowly extending his lead with this break of 10. Let's have a glance at the scoreboard. Shot to nothing here. Take the green into its own pocket. Maybe hang around near the yellow. We took the pot on for the green. It would have been too thin to get behind the yellow. It looks like there now, but with that missed green, he has developed a little bit of a green and blue wall. Really thinly sliced there. He's left it on for Fabiano. Don't know if he counted on that cannon. He didn't raise his hand to acknowledge if it was a fluke or not. This is going to be tough for Andre right now and his supporters. There's a lot of them in the room. But believe both of these players are atop their group. Top three will move on. So, win or lose for either of these players, I think they'll still be in the hunt to move on to the knockout phase. Just taking a look at the tablet over there, just making sure the score is getting correct. Andre's inquisitively looking at it. Maybe he's going to try and get the attention of our tournament director, Kevin Patrick. Looks like they've come to an understanding. Don't need to be bringing any official. So this red in the color put us into the Snookers required phase. You can always hold your breath. They're taking those shots at pace into the middle pockets, especially the middle pockets of this Rasson TV table. A little spattering of applause there. Knowledgeable fans that maybe are just taking a look at the live scoring app as well. Know that we are on the Snookers required stage. That's 48 the difference, 43 on. The pink and brown are on their spots. So a nice little 22 for the Brazilian. Let's get over toward there by Andre. He might have left thin cut there for Fabiano. Oh, he's not going to refuse it, definitely when the opponent needs snookers. So when your opponent needs snookers, it's always not a bad idea to put them in snookers. Good hit there by Andre. He has a result there. That brown is blocking the path. The green pocket for that red. With reds on the table, always an option of a free ball. There's lots of distance to travel. For red, go down for the black. Just giving it as an effort. Actually, cannon into that yellow. Pink isn't that bad as a second spot. And 41 in it, and 35 on the table. The last red. We've seen free balls happen more often than not in these situations. He's got a good chance on the left side of the table to lay a good snooker. It goes the other way. I wonder if Fabiano's going to just try and trickle this red down into the green pocket. Bit too much pace on that one. Sereno has a path to it. Andre wasn't able to get the snooker. But Fabiano is able to get the snooker, it looks like. And Andre able to return the favor. Don't know if there's a slim path. Yeah, there's a path. Andre's got a chance, I think, to get behind that brown. Let's go, and it goes the other way. And he's left up a gap. There is a chance that Fabiano could pocket this red into the green pocket. So there's the towel handshakes there. What a great match that was. I don't think we've seen the last of either of these two guys in the championship. So, well, towels been thrown, the handshakes had, smiles around. What a great match. Lived up to the billing, went all the way pretty much down to those colors. But in the end, the Brazilian was able to take it by a scoreline of 2-1. So we're going to stand by. We'll get another match on the TV table of this 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. Day 2, moving day. A few players are going to go home today, and some are going to come back for when we start the knockout round tomorrow. But unless Lee Marvin and Jack Palance come into the room and have their fantasy battle in my mind, I'm going to step aside and get some eats in the belly, as I'm in dire need of some lunch. We're glad that you're tuning in, but we'll just keep the stream going We won't have commentary on the next match, but I'll try and get back into the booth as soon as I get some food in the belly. Thanks again, everybody. It's David Burney with you all the way, and we'll speak to you shortly.
before we were talking about you have 14, right? Yeah, you get some.
Nobody's got 75.
So it's not even 70.
You have to have 75 to just run. I don't think anybody's got 70.
Eddie 74.
74.
No, he got 74.
Here I see.
You should have seen the
Down to
red.
the fellow with that lean run.
finish
In quarterfinals.
yeah, quarterfinal we should have something.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Otherwise, there's
now,
no point.
if you go further, you have to
You make money.
Personalize you. C'est le name is Natura. You know Steph?
Yeah, yeah.
C'est Natura.
Yes. Yes.
Steph.
Are these here?
Is that the first meal? Seriously?
the same. They'll be the same. They'll all be the same. The same squares will be filled in. But they played the same matches.
Ah, okay.
So you look at Vito's. The next number one is Jason. So if you go down here, as soon as you hit Jason, it'll be exactly the same as Vito's. Then you go down to the next number one. And then you go to the number two and go down. You'll find it you get all the same way. It's easy. Okay? Thank you so much, Annabelle. It's driving me crazy.
No problem.
Chasing people around takes most of my time. they do it completely different than everyone else. Normally we just do it by the group, but they don't do it that way. So you have to jump all over the place.
this morning. You're young, man.
I'm 65.
You're 65.
Yeah.
I'm older than you.
Yeah. No,
That's a
67. But I didn't know that. But you're a young man. Then you're only 57. Oh,
How did you know I was born on February 29th? I'm only 10.
She's out
oh, you're only 10, eh?
55.
pas fait attention. Ça, c'est toutes des affaires du mental. Moi, cet hiver, là, je commence à me remettre, je vais commencer à faire du sport. Je vais venir jouer. Je viens de pas, si on fait un match ensemble. Parce que c'est ça que tu m'as demandé, c'est juste ça. J'en ai 2-3 de moi. Je vais jouer une fois de temps en temps. Parce que moi, je vais mettre la même, je vais te donner des points. Parce que il faut que je mette la même énergie. Parce que quand c'est trop facile, on dirait que je suis comme. C'est pas ici, tout est grand. Chaque coup est important.
Quand je jouais avec moi au début, avec ça, en tout cas, j'ai fait du sujet.
been stuck in the corner, that's just left. Yeah, you're doing the last matches to go up. C'est pour l'idée de ça. On laisse faire un peu faire. C'est ça.
Ça ressemble à des.
Ouais, t'as pas idée. Parce que là, je peux pas tout te dire, mais je peux te dire une affaire. C'est que on a des chevaux. Tout le monde faut payer. Dans l'état de New York, on ne peut pas qu'avoir voir, on ne peut pas se débarrasser de l'eau, c'est à cause de ça, creuse-moi, c'est à cause de ça. Je dis, écoute, c'est plein d'accidents que tu peux faire. J'ai dit, Rick, j'ai dit, arrête. Là, c'est ça, mais sauf que j'ai dit, Rick, il se passe bien, c'est pas bien. Pourquoi dans le site? Vous n'avez pas de problème à vous débarrasser de l'eau. C'est pas par exemple. Est-ce que vous avez fait des pressions sur les sénateurs? Est-ce que vous avez un avocat au travail? Parce que moi, je ne peux pas croire que vous autres, les États-Unis, vous avez un cas capitaliste. Maximum, tu vas travailler du monde. Tu apportes de l'argent. Vous dis que je ne suis pas d'accord avec ça. Notre défenseur de l'Église, parce qu'ils veulent que tu sois dans les Américains. Si c'est ça, moi, j'ai du crédit. Payez bien assez. Tu sais, c'est des. Ils pensent, je te dis, ils pensent qu'on est des imbéciles, c'est l'émission de télévision, les images, les autos, je t'en vais travailler là. Comment tu fais pour acheter tout ça? Well, I wasn't trying to lie to you. I didn't want to be stuck with the tables and nobody did it. Yeah, that's the problem. Je pense qu'on quand j'ai entendu parler que ce gars-là a fait thank you, very, very. J'ai dit, j'aimerais ça savoir. That's what their lawyers are going to look at, for sure. They're just going to look at that. No, they never look at that. Always. C'est ça mon problème. Je gagne mon avocat. Right, there's a few out there that you can't find. They see that. They're looking at it going, yeah, I can't find that. It's still on the TV. They're all on tape.
It just, with the computer, you mark
played that game with them, and at the end, I probably surprised them.
Because you could make calls.
Well, yeah, I just hopefully played them. It was not easy.
Tough, pretty tough, isn't it?
Yeah,
He's not real picky. I've known him before, I've seen him play lots of games.
he probably liked them because that's a little bit. I know the way these guys think.
I know. I know who I play. I know who I play.
Yeah, well,
I think I do.
well, I like to try harder. You see, now I was thinking, now listen, I have a suggestion. You should really think about this. And I don't care about the time. Find a way, you have to find a way to do this.
But there's good advice.
That's what I said.
Well, they do that.
I'll tell you why. Let's do this the first time. Because I've been watching the stream a little bit. We're talking about how hard it is to get out of these groups. It's hard. Now, the players who get out no matter what, they deserve at least a chance at a 3 and a 5.
I agree.
No matter what you have to do.
I agree. I said it might be a very late night day. But the player could rather do that than the regular.
Yeah, after making the group.
Yeah.
Can't go a 2 or 3 at it because, it's just, it's too hard.
Insulting.
See, this way here, the stream time, they can afford to lose the game.
Yeah.
And they can try to come back and fight. At least. So, how much extra time it's gonna be. And you could validate the time. You know how much time it's gonna take between each round.
Roughly, yeah.
Okay, so then the first round, the first 16 guys, so they have to play to get into the seats. Right?
And then they have to play.
Yeah.
And then the eight.
And then the
And then the eight have to play the same mode.
okay, so if we start
Roy St. James. James, card table.
No, no, I just learned not to. So three of us can have three. So them, one of them two is gonna have three wins. Well, only one of them can have three. Jeff's got three, I got three, and one of them can have three. So I have one of them. Can't have two of them get three nice when they play each other. Only one can get it, right? So no, it'd be three guys.
No, no, I was there for that whole week. That's right.
can't order